Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Hope we are doing well heading into the CCT close qualifiers for Series 3. Look, I'm excited for today's matches. Sadly, a bit of a delayed start with the first match of today, as there was that forfeit with the 7-2C against Yano. Yano obviously taking the FF there, so they have been the eliminated team out of Group C. We've still got another elimination game on the cards in Unity versus Preci for Group D. And then obviously we've got some winners matches. So we're going to have some, a lot of Counter-Strike today. We're going to have some good games. I'm excited to see how it all kind of plays out. Obviously, as I mentioned, it's Preci against Unity first. Then we've got Heroic Academy to face Copenhagen Wolves. Rush B against Leo to end it all off. So, I think we're going to have an exciting day of CS. I think, obviously, there's a lot to be seen. There's a lot to be said about a fair few of these teams. And when you look at some of the names that you've got here in the close qualifiers, we've got teams like Fabbet, we've got Monty, we've got Rush B, we've got kind of Copenhagen Wolves. That, teams that are going to want to make waves into the Swiss stage, teams that have already made, deeper runs than expected in previous events. So I think we do have to say there's a lot of expectation about this close qualifier, and I'm kind of just quite excited to see how it all pans out. But why don't we take a bit more of a deep dive here into the Preci versus Unity game? We can bring up the rosters and kind of have a little bit of a chat about expectations on how things are going to go today. So for Preci, we've got Asilion, Grilla, Becca, Nico, and QX. Obviously, the newest additions being QX and is it Becca or is it Sync? Which one? Well, on the graphic it says Becca, so I'm guessing it will be them. Interesting. So I'm not too sure whether this is a standard, whether this is a permanent basis, but obviously the Preci roster's undergone some recent changes, so it's clear that when it comes to synergy, they aren't going to be feeling too perfect. So I think that's something that we definitely are going to be noting going into this game. I think there's a lot of intrigue about this Preci team, because I think a lot of the time when we've kind of heard about Preci in the past, some of the names that they've had, obviously you look at that time when kind of Dupree was on this Preci roster. Yeah, okay, it was last year, but they've had some big names, they've had some kind of good performances, yet it seems that now we're seeing a kind of I don't want to say a dip in form or kind of a fall from their previous position, but I think it's safe to say it's not the best of Preci teams that we've seen in the past. Obviously coached by AZ, who's not only such an experienced coach, but also such an experienced player, won quite a lot on that north side. He's had a lot of experience. So I'm looking forward to see whether the AZ introduction is going to be the right move. I also think it's nice to see when you have a really experienced player kind of maneuver into this coaching to see what they can do. On the flip side, though, we'll have a little bit of a look at the Unity roster. This is a team that not only will have a little bit more synergy alongside them, but they're also a team that I know kind of personally just a little bit more about. When it comes to this team, I think players like Darba, he's someone that's been on a lot of people's radars, especially since he was in that Sampy team, 3-4 years ago, had some time on that Gamer Legion Academy side. Obviously he's been playing kind of in the, well, I don't want to say the upper tiers of CS, but he's making a name for himself for about 3-4 years now. Still only 20 years old, so he's definitely someone to note as a kind of a high impact player. Hasn't been the best when it comes to recent form. Hopefully it's kind of a bit of a reverse honeymoon stage. It's kind of a moment where Darba's now playing against some higher tier opponents, and it's something like that. Obviously the most notable name on this roster is going to be Neofrag. Obviously had a lot of experience on Sinners, had a little bit of time on OG, on ITB. And I think right now you're looking at individual performance. I think a vast majority of the success that Unity have been because of Neofrag. So I think if they want to make, if they want to find victory, if they want to continue their kind of time in the, I guess the play-ins, the close qualifiers, I think a lot of weight is going to be on Neofrag's shoulders. But look, I'm excited to see what this Unity team can provide. It's still a very young roster, with that average age being 22.6. Obviously, I think a lot of people will say, okay, yeah, Neofrag's the most experienced. He's only 24 himself. So there's a lot to be seen about this roster. I think this is one of those teams that we're going to be saying, well, look, let's put a pin in it. Let's come back to it in, maybe a year's time, see what these individuals can do. So yeah, I think it's going to be a really exciting game. My favorite thing about this whole series is before we even see the game unfold, it's the vetoes. Because with these vetoes, you look at the maps that both teams have looked more successful on, and it has been Ancient. You look at the win rates, both teams' best win rates have been Ancient. So we're sure it's going to feature. It has come down to the decider, which is quite interesting. And the problem here for Preci is they don't play that much of Anubis, and they've made recent roster changes. So maybe they would want to go down to a map that's maybe a little bit more tactical, maybe a little bit more where you need kind of a bit more versatility and a bit more synergy. So they opt to ban Anubis over keeping Mirage in, which is obviously a huge risk because Mirage is a go-to pick for Unity. So the fact that Precy have only played it once on HLTV, it's clear that maybe they're not too confident with the map, or at least with previous rosters, they aren't looking perfect on the map. The Nuke pick from Precy, it's understandable. Both teams look pretty poor on it as of late, 25% win rate. It's clear that both Unity and Precy haven't had the best of recent form, so I think we are going to be saying that the stats are going to be slightly skewed. You just have to look at Unity's win rate over the last 3 months. 36% for Precy is 21. So both these teams have had pretty tough last couple months. I'm excited if things do come down to Ancient, because I think that's the kind of the perfect battleground for both these teams. And that's maybe where we could be saying, okay, this is going to be the exciting map. This is the one to watch. This is the kind of the map of all maps, I guess, in the series. But it might not get there. I think this certainly has the 2-0 potential, just on the basis that both these teams aren't in the best of form. So if we can see, if we can see just one player pop off, that might be the difference. Look, though, just got word that there is going to be maybe some slight delays when it comes to getting all players and readied up in the server. So I think what we will do is jump to a short break, and then the action will unfold on Nuke. As promised, the short break as we kick things off now on Precy's map pick. As mentioned before, both these teams not in the best of form. So when it comes to predictions, when it comes to any idea of where this series is going to go, I don't have the best idea. But look, I think it has the idea and the allure of the 2-0 just because both these teams aren't on the best of form. So if we can see someone lighting up the server, lighting up the kill feed, I think that will be the difference maker here. But Precy, it looks as though they are going to want to maneuver their way to the A-bomb site. They think better of it for a moment as they are slightly worried. Not that much utility invested, but the steps towards ramp. This is where the flashbang is going to be coming through, but Purdy taken down. Becca with a flying block confined. The bomb could be dropped here towards the left-hand side, but Becca confined again. Ridiculous shots there. Neofrag's been dinked as well, and Precy, it looks as though they should have a very simple round victory here. It's a 5-on-3, and with Neofrag so low, Darba now within the heat of everything, but Nico can find him so effortlessly. And Feeder and Neofrag just going to save here. Precy, a great start here to the series. I don't really know what the game plan was there. It seemed like the ramp player was sending the flash for his teammates, but if he's going to be doing that, why doesn't he just have the flash kind of cocked and ready? It seems so unnecessary for him to look to try and take contact, then bring the flashbang out. He's kind of sold his teammate. I don't think there was a world in which Woozy was going to find much there. Either way, though, Precy, it's a good start to their map pick. Certainly how they want to continue on a map like Nuke. And obviously, with a map like Nuke, I feel like a lot of success. If the T-side can get that pistol, they can build that foundation for their T-side, maybe get themselves 4 or 5 rounds early on. And that's where they're looking really compelling to take the map. But it's all about what is going to happen here, because with the saved weapons, it seems like there's going to be, or save weapons, save Kevlar. Unity are going to look to reinvest. We've got a Scout on Woozy, a FAMAS on Neofrag. Darba's opted for the MP9. And Feeder with the Dualies. Feeder's going to want to try and optimize those weapons, but in fact he just upgrades to the MP9. I thought actually saving a little bit of money in the bank to get the AWP out as soon as possible is not the worst idea, but it is going to be a ramp rush, and this triple ramp setup, oh, this could go so wrong for Breezy. It's all about whether the individuals can hit heavy, but Grilla and Asilion combined. There are still 2 players down towards lower. The T's never to be aware of this, but it's just whether these MP9s can hit, and Darba struggling to connect. There is another in Neofrag. Nico systematically clearing. He goes unchecked. Neofrag can get 2. It's all about whether he can find this third, but Grilla, not the best of sprays, but will still connect, will still find. So a man advantage scenario now for Breezy. Woozy's dropped the Scout, he's opted for the MP9, but without Kevlar, this fight isn't going to be easiest, especially against these 2 rifles. Breezy with the bomb down and the man advantage, and without a defuse kit, this clutch gets very difficult here for Woozy. And Darba just playing towards the top site, not to be spotted. Oh, he's crept on close. How has he not spotted him? How has Woozy not seen Grilla there? Either way, he was going to lose the round because Becca could have got the trade, but either way, Precy, they go 2 rounds up, and with it being the Force, they will get that third as well. An important start here to Precy's T side, as I mentioned before. I think we all know the T side of Nuke can be so difficult, but the fact they have found themselves these early rounds off the back of the pistol, it just gives them a bit of breathing room here on their T side. It's not as though they're playing chase. It's not as though they're trying to claw their way back in. In fact, they can look to establish a lot of dominance. Great shot there from Neofrag, just timing the Deagle to perfection to find QX. Neofrag might go searching for more. Already crossed down is Nico, though. Asilion still here towards top main. Going to drop the smoke in main, in fact. And with utility coming over, the idea could be looking to wrap towards heaven. And that will be the game plan. Asilion has spotted so many, though. And Becca with the rifle, trying to keep that rifle and prod at range and successfully achieving that goal. There's another CT ready and waiting, but Becca will find 3. Doubles his kills in 1 round, up to 6. No casualty for Becca either. And the problem we might see here for Unity is on these ecos, on these half-buys, they need to be getting a couple more kills. They need to be keeping Precy's finances somewhat humble, because speaking of the money, you look at players like Nico, like Becca, like Grilla, all around that 4K mark. And the real kind of issue for Unity is even if they win a round, they've got to have at least 3 survivors. Otherwise, they're going to have a weaker buy than their opponents, even after losing 1 round. Early utility sent from Neofrag towards outside. Not only the nade, but the molly to follow. But with the outside smokes down and the missed nade there, the T's can in fact cross. An attempted spam through the smoke. Woozy just spotting above, but can't see anything. And the problem here is we've already seen a rotate here down from Neofrag. But now he's dropped that smoke. He's got about a minute now to contend with the T's without any utility to work with. Grilla. If Grilla can find a pick on the A bomb site, this round gets really difficult for Unity. Neofrag spamming through the smoke. Grilla still biding his time about when to swing. Woozy still playing from heaven to offer a quick rotation towards both outside, towards the A bomb site. Neofrag just jump spotting QX. We'll get that information. Ooh, Neofrag playing a dangerous game here. The biggest issue is double doors, it's open. So Neofrag, he's got to be very worried about the idea of QX just peeking at any moment. And here it comes. Asilion can find 1. Becca takes down Purdy. And what an execute. It wasn't even an execute. It was just a double peek onto the B-bomb site. They absolutely dismantle the defenses. Darba can survive for a moment longer as he takes down Grilla towards Hut. Grilla the Lurk attempting to try and deal with any of these CTs saving. Obviously, if all 3 can save, there will be an investment in the next from Unity. But Precy, they're looking very kind of fine-tuned on what they want to achieve here on Nuke. And I think I do have to say, Becca's playing excellently. 7-0 currently. Certainly the start you'd want. Obviously, Becca, he was on this pre-CT. quite possibly the least experienced player that we've seen in the CCT. And I don't want to say that in a harsh way, but you just have to look to kind of his prize money across events in the last, well, I guess, year and a bit that he's been on HLTV. $150 in prize money. It's only a handful of series that Becca has won, in fact. It's only a handful of maps, only 43 maps played in total here for Becca. But honestly, you look to recent performances, you look to some of the games he's played, has had some better performances as of late. It's just about whether he decides to switch to this AWP on the T side. And that we all know that Becca can have that impact with the big green in hand, but I think similarly, Becca right now is hitting very heavy with the rifle. I don't think there's really a need to change. Seemingly going to be this playthrough A from Pre-C. They've conditioned Unity quite heavily towards the lower side, but Unity, in fact, have just sent the one rotate down. It's not as though they've got a player in secret or they've got kind of multitudes of ways of dealing with this B aggression. It is still this kind of AAA bomb site, and with a Woozy as a quick rotation as well from Hell, Unity, they could quite comfortably stall out Pre-C here. Pre-C are going to elect to head towards ramp. Woozy just kind of jiggling. There's 40 seconds on the clock and only 13 damage taken, but now the utility reigns true. Woozy is going to get flashed off the angle here, still playing towards Hell. He will swing wide and can find a Cillion, so man advantage found now by Unity in the dying moments of this round. There's 27 seconds left. They need to deal with the player on the B bomb site. That is Purdy's on the top site. It's 20 seconds left. He doesn't actually need to peek. If he can survive for long enough, this would be a perfect round. The molly missing, and Purdy, what a round there, finding 3 kills, just able to isolate those fights. I said that a vast majority of the time here for Pre-C, they've headed towards the lower site. Yep, just the one defender in Purdy, but he gets a triple, single-handedly gives that round to Unity. It's their first round on the board, and they need it at some point soon. But Becca will be bringing out the big green now. Woozy as well, wielding. And this is a moment where I think for Unity, if they want a way back into this game, if they want to kind of stabilize their silent CT side, it's going to have to come from a round like this. Not only will it reset the finances of Pre-C, but it will establish some form of dominance, some form of success. QX being quite systematic about his clearing. Re-smoke's coming through. Woozy might get a slight look above. Woozy with the AWP just tapping through. All in an attempt to kind of hit the stray shot, but easier said than done. Purdy still here towards ramp. We have seen a rotation down towards the lower site. I believe it's, I want to say it's Feeder. No, it is Purdy. Already made his way down. Had such a strong defense in the last round. Clearly quite confident. Lobby is being taken currently. And with the angle of Woozy, Gorilla can't really head towards ramp without any confrontation. Gorilla will get one though. Takes down Feeder. Not knowing that there's a multitude of players still in lobby. But the B-bomb site now to contend with. Purdy can get one. Becca just holding towards ramp. Now posted towards windows. Woozy holding for the bomb plant, and Nico's got to be so cautious here. Double scoped and missed shot, in fact. Asilion now looking to deal with Purdy. Timing looks a bit off, but with the collapse from Nico, it brings it back to a 2-on-2. Asilion needs to deal with Purdy, but the missed shot's there, and now it's all on Becca. He's brought out the big green, but it's forced him to play a bit more disciplined in the clutch. I think if he had a rifle, this is where things could have looked a lot better. They've now cleared out towards double doors. There's minimal time. There's no smoke for the bomb. Shadow spotted, but Woozy can post, and there is enough time for the defuse. I have to say, I think if Becca's got an AK in that round, he feels a lot more free to kind of look and search for kills. But with the AWP seeming far too static, an important round for Unity. As I said, it will break the finances of Pre-C, or at least put them in question. They are going to opt for an investment. Okay, AK on Becca. He's opted for weaponry over utility. Asillion's got the MAC-10. The buys are not too bad from Pre-C, but again, there is some risk about it. Unity, if they find victory here, it will be that 4-4 scoreline, and then they can just treat the remaining 4 rounds with, look, well, We've brought ourselves back into the game. Can we continue this streak on the CT side? Asilion and QX tasked with finding success towards outside. QX already falling though. Asilion could go back to attempt to retrieve that AK, but he's taking a lot of damage right now. Purdy posting towards ramp. A great angle for the AUG. Offers a lot of freedom. Becca will go searching here towards A. Not only is there a player atop hut, but Feeder, he's in a great position here. Oh, Becca spotted him. Becca seems so confident, and yes, certainly will find. Woozy, though, rotating in, can get one. Darba will deny. And a 2-on-4 now, making a 1v4 for Grilla. He can't peek further. Darba can swing at any moment. Grilla will be taken down, but Darba finds Woozy in the process. AWP can be dropped, though. It's not the biggest of issues, and with it being the eco as well from Preci. As mentioned, Unity can level things up 4-4 now. I mentioned it for Unity with their half buys and ecos and kind of the lack of kill threat. For Preci, I'll be saying similar. In these types of rounds, you've got to keep them kind of semi-competitive. Keep your opponents guessing and try and do your best to not only restrict the finances, but give yourself a chance in the round. And Becca starts things off very nicely. We'll find Neo Frag. Grilla here towards ramp in the attempt to deal with Purdy. But with the lost life towards outside, it seems like Unity, they probably should go searching for control. Woozy looking to post here towards outside. Not only does he have sightlines for the cross, but he can still see that the weapon's yet to be retrieved. We've seen an elevated boost for Asilion. Going to be searching towards outside here. Oh, we spotted one. Goes for the quick shot. Woozy just taking a bit of chip damage. Flash towards outside for Darba to swing, but Darba with the missed shots. And the Tech-9 attempting. Tech-9 successful now. Becca's found 3 in this round. It's a 2-on-4 now for Unity. I said for Preci, you've got to keep these rounds competitive. Kind of your main aim is to affect the finances. Great kills, though, from both Woozy and Purdy. Gives this round kind of back their way. Nico has got an AK. The A-bomb site is open. Woozy's going to be rotating in. If Nico can creep close to this kind of left-hand wall, might go overlooked here by Woozy. Double heaven rotate, though. Woozy spots out one. Purdy needs to be quick on Nico. Nico doesn't have Kevlar. There's minimal time. Purdy quick to readjust his position. I quite like the idea of this. Nico is going to be so worried about heaven. Never is he to think that his opponent is headed towards lobby. Without any contact, though, Nico will continue jiggling. Still not seen him. And there's going to be a slight worry towards main and now towards lobby. I like the reposition as well from Nico. You've still not seen him towards heaven. It should be fairly evident that he's not going to be coming from here. He would have swung at some point. And Purdy wins the clutch. I guess still gives the round the way of Unity, but so costly. Not only have we seen 4 casualties, but the bomb goes down as well for Preci. A massive bonus. Preci going to be taking a tactical pause after that one. Realizing that obviously it was a 4 versus 2. They should have just grouped together. Played it shoulder to shoulder because the AWP would have really struggled and quite similarly would have the rifle. Either way, though, Unity, they have kind of felt the force of that half buy. You look at the finances, plenty of players for Unity will struggle for an investment in the next if they lose. Breaking the finances could be very possible here now. Back into the action, though. Tactical pause over. Darba. Oh, not Darba. Becca, sorry. He's bringing the AWP out again. Honestly, I think he's better with a rifle in hand. Not to take away from his AWPing abilities, but you saw in that round with the Tech-9. We've seen it in rounds with the AK. It seems as though he's got a lot more freedom to kind of take those risky peaks, those risky fights. Elevated here. We'll go searching towards Garage. Woozy again towards Heaven. At what point are Preci going to put 2 and 2 together that Woozy 9 times out of 10 likes to play towards this angle? Well, Becca's going to be peeking. Won't be able to spot towards heaven from red box. But the fact that not playing anywhere towards icebox, towards credit, should have a big understanding that he will be in heaven. Reposition from Woozy. And it looks like Darba, Feeder, Purdy all looking to take contact here. Woozy under pressure, still not taken down though. Becca eventually can just post on the angle. Becca needs to deal with Neofrag here. Has got that information, missed shot from Becca. Are still players looking to swarm the top side. Grilla takes down Purdy. We've seen a rotation from Neofrag because he's worried that there's a high chance that someone's already maneuvered down towards Secret. Little do they know they're all wrapping heaven. This could be so costly here for Unity. Darba is holding. Becca just needs to jump out of heaven and be a bit of a nuisance. He gets the tag as well. Incredible there from Becca. Feeder will find here in lobby, but down to 2 HP. 3 versus 2. Chances here for Unity very slim. They've got to save. Unity, there's no value in going for a round like this. Woozy can invest, Neofrag can drop. Purdy can, I guess, get out of FAMAS, maybe an MP9. But there's no need to even give a slight look here. Neofrag, if he goes down, things get really difficult for Unity in the next round. Steps hard though, Neofrag. We'll get one. Nico not quick enough or close enough to trade. So Neofrag, he's going to look to reposition. Nice find from Nico. Can survive the bomb radius as well. I was quite worried for Feeder. I know most of the bomb damage is kind of vertically, but on 2 HP, you can never be too comfortable. Woozy's going to be bringing out the AWP once again. No Kevlar, though. But the AWP's still within the hands of Becca. Not to say that he's not having the same level of impact, but it seems that the Precy side can kind of opt with a bit more speed, a bit more kind of potency on this T side when Becca's wielding the AK. Obviously, he's 12 and 5. He's having an excellent game, but you look at some of the kills. He got 7 came from kind of the early portion of rounds, and obviously he got that triple with the Tech 9. It is going to be this play towards outside. Woozy with the AWP in hand, and Becca can find, okay, with shots like that, you can bring out the AWP whenever you like, mate. That's a great find there. Never to expect Woozy, but Neofrag finds QX through the smoke, gets the pick back. Neofrag going to be repositioning, found by Becca once again. Already we have seen a rotation down towards Secret. It is one of these MP9s, though. Makes things quite difficult. Darba gets one, though. Quick trade from Grilla as he maneuvers down the vents, and it's all on Purdy. He's had an excellent B-bomb site defense a few rounds ago, but now needs one better. He's got an MP9 in hand. Possibly the worst weapons for this scenario. He's got to be disciplined. I like this from Purdy. He's gone unchecked. Finally, I think the mini-map question mark gave it away, but he decides to pull out utility. Becca can find, will go back to save the AWP. Becca on 15 kills now. He's having a stormer of the game. Exactly what you need from a player like Becca, who maybe is a little bit inexperienced, maybe doesn't kind of going to have the protocols mentally to deal with a pressuring game like this, because obviously the loser of this game does face elimination. Six rounds found on the T side though of Nuke, and I think the fact they've got 2 more to play with just goes to show that there is a real chance here for Precy to look very dominant here. Obviously, it is their map selection, but as I've mentioned before, both teams have looked pretty poor on a majority of maps in their current pool. I think the only map where things look quite competitive is on that Ancient. Whether we'll get there, though, is the question. Right now, Becca is on form to have a, well, I guess his best map of his career on HLTV. Obviously, many, when hearing that stat, assume it's across kind of maybe 300, 400, 500 maps. This is just Becca's 44th map played on HLTV. That's why I have mentioned maybe a little bit inexperienced in these kind of high-pressure scenarios. Isilion spotted out many towards Under Heaven. Isilion going to be searching for some of these Mac 10 kills. It's taking quite a lot of damage. Look at the health here of some of the individuals, but QX and Nico, they deal with it comfortably enough. AWP can be saved by QX. QX is having a bit of a tough game, 2 and 8 currently. But Precy, they're going to head into the second half with the advantage. They found 7 here on the T side, a real rarity on a map like Nuke. And I think this is where the alarm bells might start ringing for Unity. This is the type of game that you don't want to kind of let get out of hand. Obviously, I mentioned that Mirage is their map selection. It's a map that we haven't seen all too much from Prezi, but it's one of the CS classics. It's going to be a map that these players have played thousands of times, whether it's across Faceit, whether it's across HLTV games, whether it's just matchmaking. It's called a CS classic for a reason. It's known and played by all. I'm loving how Grilla's playing towards Vent. He's got so much confidence here. And he's going to be a ramp rush from the rest. Nico can deal with Purdy. Woozy forced off the angle from the Molotov. It seemed like Nico wanted to give it a slight peek, but realized, well, we've got the advantage. We've already got Grilla down towards Secret. There is no need to give up another pick. And this round's going to be impossible. This is the type of round where, even though it's a 4 versus 5 and you're just disadvantaged by one and the bomb's only just gone down, it's a round that you save, but obviously with it being the last round of the half, Unity will give this one a go, but in doing so, they've lost 2 picks. Expectations very slim from Neofrag and Woozy in a round like this. Cillion just going to re-smoke. They go through it. Beckham with the missed shot. Down to the Tech 9. Neofrag can find. Okay, things get quite interesting now. The bomb is quite heavily ticked. They need to retrieve the kit. Neofrag has got that now. They can drop a smoke on the bomb. Nico is still sat silent though. Take down Neofrag. Needs another. But Woozy, not enough time. QX with the double. And Prezi, 8 rounds found here on the T side. A very impressive T side performance, especially on a map like Nuke, kind of hallowed for its CT side nature across the years of Counter-Strike. I guess the only map that's ever been a little bit more CT sided than Nuke is a map like Train. Sadly, Train doesn't feature in the vetoes. Would love to see a bit of Train. Early morning Train. Well, it's not even early, but afternoon Train, I guess you could say. Either way, though, Prezi with a stellar half. If they win the pistol, I think it's safe to say we're going to push to Mirage with Prezi a map victory under their belt. Certainly the performance they want, especially with this being an elimination game. As mentioned, the loser will be removed, and I guess their next chance to feature in the Swiss stage of CCT will be in Series 4. But a great first half here from Prezi. You just have to look. Becca's 15 and 7. Nico's having a lot of impact. Grilla as well. The only player who's kind of a little bit in the dark here on this Prezi side, obviously, is QX. Again, though, he's a player that's still very young, still very inexperienced. 18 years old. He's got a handful of maps as well. In his whole career, he's only played... Yeah, in his whole career, he's only played 10 maps. 10 maps on HLTV is crazy. It is going to be this aggressive play from Unity, trying to isolate on the B-bomb side. Darba will deal with Grilla. Already a fast rotation from both Cillion and Nico. Neofrag deals with Cillion. Oh, what are these missed shots from Feeder? No casualty because of it, but jeez Louise, Feeder's not going to want to be reliving that altercation. That was a horrible fight. But Unity, they do win the pistol. They give themselves a bit of breathing room. Without it, backs would be firmly pressed against the wall. Woozy. Tasked with the outside smokes. I think it's going to be an outside smoke hit towards ramp. Although it's not the worst idea, it's going to draw these rotations down already. So we're going to have a strengthened B defense. I think this is where you go for the outside smokes, but you should generally, if you're going to hit them as a fake, maybe head towards A. Your ramp players might have rotated off. In doing so, it would cause a Heaven player to rotate down, or someone would have rotated off the A bomb site to head to Secret. Saying that, Unity have shifted into an empty ramp. There was no rotation from the A bomb site. Prezi have got to realize and identify that this is a gap. Feeder spotting the broken glass will realize there's already a player down here towards B, so they can still stay silent. I think the best plan for Unity as well, don't plant the bomb yet. Deal with the players on the towards Secret first, and that's the exact goal. I love the idea from Unity. Oh, but it could go so wrong. A double come through from Grilla. Weaponry can be retrieved now. It's a 3 versus 4. Although Grilla's low HP, he can kind of just operate as an entry and a trade can come through. Elevated angle now for Neofrag. Feeder holding here towards double doors. A hefty rotation and retake here from single door. Asilion just needs to trade effectively. Neofrag. Oh, no trade needed. Purdy in the back lines though to get a double. He makes it a third. A great round here from Purdy again. He's had a big moment here on the B-bomb site. Not as a CT, not as a defender. This time as an aggressor. Gets himself into the back lines. Excellent that. Ooh, bomb finding both. Things get difficult. The finances, obviously not perfect for Unity, but neither for Precy. Are Precy going to look to fully invest here? It's a big risk, but obviously they opted for the full buy in the last. They could do the exact same thing. They would have a better investment, in fact, than what we saw in the last round. And Unity would be operating with a very similar buy, if in fact a worse buy. Oh, Feeder. Not only does he deal so much damage, but he takes down Grilla. It's going to be this playthrough ramp with Feeder taking space towards Secret. Perfectly executed round here from Unity. And although Precy were very much on the driver's seat, they were 8 and 4. This pistol round has brought Unity back into the conversation here. Expectations of the CT side from Precy in the past haven't been perfect. I guess we'll get a real test of it though now. No kill found there. Keeps the finances stable for Unity. We will see the AWP in play though for Becca. This is where Becca can have plenty of impact. It's the CT side of Nuke. I feel like with the AWP, you have so much freedom, whether you want to peek towards outside, head towards Secret early, go for a ramp peek, go for a squeaky peek. There's just a lot of freedom here for that AWP. The problem I face is that because he's maybe a little bit more inexperienced, he might not have the confidence to make a call like that. You know, you're playing a big game. This is so important for the team, and that's why he is playing towards heaven. It's kind of what we saw from Woozy's CT side. Maybe a little bit of restraint here from both AWPers because they're so worried about making a mistake. But Grilla, tasked with finding plenty, just going to drop the Molotov to try and delay. But fast here is Becca, rotating down to find Feeder. Man advantage here now for Precy. And it's all a numbers game. Grilla has rotated down Asilion by his side. If Asilion can take contact and Grilla can look to find, this could be excellent. Molly coming through. Asilion gets one. Now to back away. And there needs to be a swing from his teammate in Grilla. He will get one, but Purdy quick to trade. There is an instant rotation down. Nico out of the smoke can find. Not quick enough to find Purdy, though. Crosshair seems well placed, but shots just not connecting. It's now all on Purdy. 1 versus 2. Becca's crept out of the smoke. This is such a ballsy play from Becca. It could go so wrong, though. QX, oh, he's got the information. Reloads come through. Becca can peek at any moment, and Becca will connect. A double in that round. The rotation from Asilion seemed really key, but I've got to say, we need to be seeing more from Grilla there. The second Asilion takes those shots, he's got to be peeking off of Asilion's contact. Although the round goes the way of Precy, I think we see far too many casualties in that round, and that's why the investment's not great. We've got 3 rifles and AWP. We've still got an MP9 in play, yet for Unity, it's AKs all across the board. Yes, there is some limiting utility, but not the end of the world. Still, though, Precy needing to find 4 rounds hit, and then they achieve victory. QX, quite early to send that nade for the smoke. I understand the idea, just in case Unity are rushing down towards Secret, but very rarely you'll catch someone off guard. Becca's already rotated down towards Secret. Feeder now lurking in main. This could go so wrong. And Asilion, in fact, will be able to find the lurk. Purdy's still here towards ramp as well. But the problem is, because Becca's already rotated down, We don't need to see an over-rotation from Preezy. This becomes so easy. Becca just fires off a shot, clambers back up the vent, and they've got themselves in a 5 versus 3. And there we have it. But he's not going to look to go up the vents, at least not yet. Very aggressive AWPing here from Becca. Oh, I love this from Becca. This type of plays. It's so exciting to see from an AWPer. He gets a triple. 20 and 10 currently. A flawless round here for Preezy. And this is where we could be saying it's the beginning of the end for Unity. And that's why they are calling this tactical pause, realizing, well, it's going to have to be an eco here. We're going to be giving up 11. And then we are royally in a difficult scenario. 1 loss of a round. And that's where not only are finances broken, but heads are gone. Although this is their opponent's map pick, and I guess we can say map picks hold some weight in a series like this, I guess it's somewhat comparable to when you see kind of teams that have got, you know, 70, 80% win rates across all maps. It's kind of similar in the way that both these teams have really struggled across all the maps in their pool, apart from Ancient. So I think in a game like this, we are just going to be saying, well, we can't really expect too much. We don't really know how these games are going to go. And it's all based on individuals. And the fact that Becca is currently 20 and 10, incomparable. I get it. Purdy has got 16 kills. He's just 4 behind. But you can see the massive impact that Becca has had. Naded his smoke. Purdy's got the bomb. He's alone and in the open. How has he not been spotted there? QX got a multitude of players jumping down, but with the spray, it's not perfect. Purdy, a quick rotation. He's going to get the bomb planted, which is huge. Not only for the finances, but it kind of creates some caution and chaos to the round. Nico will go down to feeder. Quick trade from Asilion. It's all on Purdy now, the bomb planter. He's going to look to get in the back lines. If he can get a flank on Asilion and take him down. Oh, there's a weapon to be retrieved here. Asilion seems aware of it, though. Awareness, only half the battle. Becca's low. There's a lot of utility here. Smoke on the bomb. Molly towards Squeaky. That's got to be the game plan. It is just the tap. Becca spots him off it. Oh, how have we not seen the kill come through? We just need to see a molly or a nade or something. And oh, he gets one. And the spam through the smoke. The bomb does get defused. Purdy finds a triple. Effectively a full eco that gets so costly here for Preezy. I don't really see the point in Becca getting full utility in a round when he doesn't use any of it. Just send the molly and a nade towards Squeaky. Gorilla can stick the bomb. Round is over. It just gets so overcomplicated because not only does Becca want to hold the angle, he's 2 HP. 1 missed shot with the AWP and he's dead. I don't really see what's the point. Just drop the molly. You've got another smoke as well if you want to make things even more interesting. But it's given Unity a bit of a lifeline because all it takes, they win this round, they reset the finances of their opponents. Needed a smoke here from Asilion. Timing not perfect on it. Purdy with an attempted spam through the smoke. Darba might go searching towards Hut. Gorilla rotating up. Neofrag gets one. Is this going to be the breaking of the A defenses? It is a 3-on-3. Molly now towards Heaven. QX is in the vents. Feeder's looking for a flank. That Molotov's actually going to force Gorilla back. So if anything, Feeder's going to be held here currently. And the smoke as well, surely to achieve the same goal. Oh, Gorilla, go through this. Make the risky play. Becca will take down Woozy. This round becomes really difficult. Feeder's going to be behind his own team's smoke. Darba. He flashed off the angle. Oh, Feeder. Got to be disciplined here. Feeder's got this round to win. He's got this whole round in the palm of his hand. Becca will find Darba, though. It's all going to be the idea of the molly of the bomb, but QX has got a smoke. We'll just smoke in, look to stick the bomb down. Things get so difficult. Feeder. Spray. Sadly not connecting in the smoke. Will go down to QX as well. Up can be saved towards Hut. And look, Gorilla had many moments where he could have pushed through the smoke and won this team the round, but even still, it's Becca to step up. He's 23 and 12. Unity now trailing by 5. Expected for Preezy to take this one. I don't really see a world in which Unity come back. they've just looked far too kind of indifferent. And when you compare the AWPers, Becca's 23 and 12. He's having impact both on the CT and the T side. Woozy's been somewhat missing. And right now, if Precy bring this kind of individual brilliance to Mirage, especially a map like Mirage that can be so heavily dictated by individuals, I'd be very worried for Unity. Although it's their map pick, they've not looked perfect on it. Precy have a route here to take the series in 2. Obviously, they've got to find Nuke first, but I think we're under the impression that is the expectation. QX has a couple nades here. I like the idea. Just dropping a few nades, giving QX a perfect opportunity. I don't know why he sent the nades so early. Could have timed them a little bit better. It's given a little bit more time for Unity now to cross. Woozy just posting towards Icebox. He seems aware of this. Jumping round. QX needs to find the pick. Will take down Neofrag. Switches to the AK. Orp been spotted here towards Heaven. Nice HE grenade will force Woozy back. Man advantage still here for Precy. 4 kills is all they need to find to close this one out, but a great flash from Purdy. Reposition now from Nico as he tucks away to second vent. Oh, I love this from Nico. The over-aggression, there's no need for him to do this. Darba will find him, in fact. Nico takes a huge risk in that round because he, in fact, opens up the A-bomb site. Obviously, Gorilla has rotated round. Darba, he's had 2 huge kills here. Whether he can find the third on the bomb site is the question. QX has rotated in as well. All going to be about timing for Unity. They're hoping for another aggressor. Someone to make a play like Nico did. Gorilla's in an excellent position here. Purdy might just overlook him on basics. He doesn't, but... Oh, Gorilla. There's a molly as well. There's 17 seconds, but it doesn't matter. The round's won on kills. Prezy, they will convert their map selection of Nuke. They will take it quite comfortably. We just had to look at that T side. They won the T side 8-4. And I think when you have an impressive T side like that, we can always imagine the game is going to go their way. Obviously, though, the game not possible without Becca. His AWPing antics were incredible on the CT side, and the kind of the way he was wielding the rifle as well on the T side was very impressive. Obviously, the stats haven't come through on HLTV, but I'll be right in saying that's probably his best series or his best map that he's played. Obviously, it's his 44th played. It's not to say that he's the most experienced of players, but I feel like there is a few inexperienced players on the Precy side. Maybe don't have kind of the most experience, as I said, when it comes to individual ability. But as I mentioned, Precy, their coach in AZ's got plenty of that experience at the highest level. So I think we all know this Precy side, they've got a lot to talk about when it comes to their future. But I guess it's all about the here and now. It's all about whether they can take things on Mirage. Obviously, that is Unity's map pick. They're going to have about 10-15 minutes to kind of recalibrate after that loss. But as said, we will be jumping to a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back in the action on Mirage. Heading into the action now on Mirage, it is the selection of Unity, but Prezi, they are one map up in the series. They've got the opportunity to close it out here and now, but obviously it's a map that they've not played too often. I guess their most recent result against Volt, it was a loss, but it was a 13-11. At least it was a close one. But for Becca, that is a career-high performance on HLTV, a 1.88 rating. Obviously, he hasn't got many games on HLTV, but still, a career high is something that many players will remember for quite some time. And I think for Becca, the performance he showed on Nuke really solidifies his spot in this team. Whether he can continue this to Mirage is the question, though. I think that's the question that Unity are hoping the answer will be no, as Prezi, a lot of the heavy lifting, a lot of the work they were able to achieve on Nuke was because of Becca, but he'd been taken out of the round this time by Purdy, and I think Purdy was such a key part for their success. So much information gathered by Nico. He will find Feeder, so it is back to this 4-on-4. Neofrag elevated close towards window, so he can operate as a fast rotation. He does it silently, will find Nico. Asilion, he breaks the vent. If anything, they give Neofrag an exit route, but the dualies towards ramp, it is Purdy's dualies that in fact find Grilla. Important kill there. Molly now towards triple is going to force out. Oh, I thought it'd force out Woozy, but the Molly's just a little too deep. Eventually it spreads, but Woozy can find a kill beforehand. It's all on Grilla. A 1 versus 3 gone 1v2. It's going to be such a tough round. He needs to try and isolate these fights. Neofrag still towards the kind of the corner of CT. Grilla seems very aware, but Neofrag still finds Unity. They take the pistol. A required victory here on Mirage, as they can start their success from the get-go. Purdy had a lot of impact throughout the whole of Nuke. It just seemed like the rest of his team were really struggling. Woozy, 45 ADR, 0.53 rating. You look at the kills as well, they're just not coming through. And although the kills were pretty weak on some of the individuals on Prezi, you know, QX was 2-8 at one point, end of the game 8-11. We saw a Asilion negative, same with Nico, but it's just the fact that Becca was doing so much work. It is the force here from Prezi. I guess in a customary decision from most teams now on this CT side, they love that second round force, especially if you can get FAMAS in play to kind of strengthen up your defenses. Fair bit of damage dealt by Nico. It is now this FAMAS. Contact's being taken by the player in con. Grilla's got to do a lot of work. Asilion finally swinging from ladder and into the crosshairs of Grilla. He's able to find 2. Asilion doubles as well, and the remaining players finally emerged out onto the B bomb side. But what a force buy from Prezi. A 1 versus 4 needed from Darba, and with a bomb down as well, this round becomes near impossible. And QX, he's ready for this. He's got such a prime position that surely Darba will overlook. Oh, QX, just stay crouched. There's no reason to take this peek, but he will find. They go into it with 1 rifle, 2 SMGs, 2 pistols. They come out of it with 4 rifles and the round victory. Absolutely important and impressive from Prezi, as not only does it get their rounds on the board, it forces Unity into a very weak buy. There's going to be pistols, limited utility. Unity, certainly not how they assumed things would go after the pistol victory, but certainly the start that Prezi want. The bounce back, the reset of the finances, keeping 4 alive to keep their money pretty strong as well. Things get really tough now for Unity. A loss in this round will allow Prezi to go 3-1 up, and obviously we know that Mirage quite heavily CT-sided. Both teams, in fact, much prefer the CT side of Mirage. You can see nearly a 25% win rate for Prezi on their T side. Very poor. You know, just only 3 rounds on average they can find on that T side, which certainly isn't enough, unless if they can find 10, obviously, on the CT. Obviously, these are all averages, and obviously, with the limited sample size, that average, I guess, very slim, especially when they only got 2 rounds in total against Whopper. Great find from Nico, though. Becca here towards short, prepared for any more aggression. He's got a teammate in Grilla alongside him. But with that kill coming through and the damage onto Neofrag, this round becomes near impossible for Unity. The setup's so strong from Prezi towards the A bomb site. They've got a double short setup as well to offer not only quick rotations towards A, but they can contain in middle, and obviously they can fast rotate towards B. Finally, the bomb maneuvering its way towards ramp. Asilion trying to do his best here towards top balcony. Will maneuver. Not the worst idea, especially with him dropping that utility. They should have a decent idea. Obviously, Asilion is a player with a lot of experience as well. Him and AZ trying to bring the experience to this young side. It's an important find from Feeder, but still disadvantage. Nico swinging to find 2, and Becca will get that final onto Neofrag. 3 survivors here for Precy. Finance is still looking pretty decent. No real issues here. Obviously, Asillion's one of those kind of young Danish players that was thrown into, I guess, or just thrown into the deep end when playing on teams like SK, like Splice. Obviously, that was about 10 years ago, but 10 years ago, Asilion was only 18 years old. Another youngster kind of tried to continue and show success. Obviously, Asilion was the coach of this team for a little while, but realized, you know what, let's put my hat back in the ring. Oh, heavy underplay. Nico has spotted. We'll just drop the molly. He's got an HE grenade as well if any of the T's continue pressing, but a lot of damage to Nico. I don't think they're too bothered. Gorilla getting a little bit aggressive here. Not only could he lose a gun, but he might not even win a fight. This gets so awkward. A TK comes through. I guess you could say that's Gorilla's damage. We will see a rotation as well. Bomb denial going to be very difficult. This round becomes interesting now. Nico can find... Oh, okay, with the HE grenade, they deny the plant. And with another kill coming... This is so tough. Bomb plant can still come through, which is important. Nico just playing passively. Oh! Again, the bomb carrier has been found, but the digits were punched in beforehand. And Woozy in a 1 versus 3. Look, the bomb's gone down. They found a couple kills. If Woozy can get another, it'll be very important. Not the best of sprays from Nico. Quite possibly the worst we've seen from him. Either way, though. 3 kills coming through. Bomb plant. That's not too bad from Unity at all. Still, though. Precy 3-1 currently on Mirage. Finances on players like Becca looking really strong, so we can invest in the AWP and have a little bit of cash remaining. Expectations are very high for Unity in this round. If they don't find success, we're looking at a 5-1 scoreline, and already we're seeing similarities to what we saw on Nuke. I guess the real positive for Unity is they, in fact, struggle on the T side quite massively as well, but their CT side is what's given them so much strength on this map. Woozy searching towards top middle. He has been spotted here. Flashbang to try and get him out of that. Great find from Becca. Nade of the smoke. Neofrag will find Nico. That's another round that Nico's gone searching here towards under. Last round it was against the Glocks. This time it's against the AKs, and he has felt the force of the bullets. Asilion. Oh, Asilion deals with the elevated boost there excellently. Kind of prepared for Neofrag. I think he was a little bit more about the jump from bench, but still the angle favored in that fight. Disadvantage now a Unity. They're going to maneuver their way through Con and Purdy. A late play from Palace. The problem is the CTs have taken control towards ramp. Molly coming through. Purdy going to nade towards under as well. This becomes really difficult, especially with Grilla getting that kill. Purdy unable to get the trade. Grilla can find another. I doubt they realize there's another here, and that's why QX can just play a bit of an off angle. Purdy's so fixated on Grilla's position because of the reload. In fact, Purdy's just assuming he's trapped in that corner, not ready for QX, and Prezy will go 4-1 here. Unity struggling on the T side of Mirage. This is going to be a big issue for Unity. They're staring down that 5-1 scoreline. Not only is their map pick, and a loss here would be tough, especially with Prezy very rarely playing a map like Mirage, but not only will it sting in that way, but it's also elimination. A loss here for either side in the series will face elimination from Series 3, and it will force them to come back in Series 4 with their next chance to get to the Swiss stage. Obviously, though, you look at some of the teams in the current kind of play-in stage, you look at teams like FabBet, like Eyeballers, like Monty. You know, these are teams that have looked pretty decent. Rush B as well, they're, you know, top 70 on the VRS rankings. QX has got to be cautious. Purdy spotted him. Spam through the wooden wall, though. Not so effective with the Tech 9, but we've seen a couple kills come through for Prezy. Very limited damage as well taken. So I think we all know where this round's going. Nico. Currently the joint top performer with Grilla. Becca's not really been required much. Obviously, the moments where Becca has been needed, he has found kills. You know, that nade towards middle to find Woozy in the last round had a lot of impact, and Becca's posted up towards ramp now. Feeder, he's got a P250 in hand. Oh, with the contact shown towards B. Look at the over-rotation. What are we seeing here? Freezy, look, you're against an eco. Why are we sending so many rotates? This has given Unity a slight look. Then get the bomb down if they can recover a weapon. There's a real chance here with the utility. Finally spreading to Feeder. Becca finds through the smoke. Very fortunate there. Now Nico. Elevated angle, the final player towards ramp. Smoke gonna stick from Asilion. Becca will find, but they've given up the bomb plant. Obviously, it's not the end of the world for Precy, and keeping 4 survivors, then keep their own money high, but all it takes is a tiny bit of contact towards the B apartments. There was 2 defenders still there. I really don't like that idea of over-rotation. It's clear that Precy maybe aren't as comfortable here as many would hope. You look at the comparison of these teams' kind of rankings on paper going into this game. Right now, Precy sat 197th, Unity at 151st. Both these teams' recent form's been really poor. You can see a 36% win rate for Unity, a 21.4 here for Precy. Certainly hasn't been the best efforts. You're looking at a lot of the teams they're facing as well. This Precy team, they're losing to a vast majority of academy sides. And look, not to take away from some academy sides, we look at Na'Vi Junior being a team that looked to dominate here throughout, obviously, Swiss stages. And I doubt they're going to be in many Swiss stages anymore. They've just won the event. I think they're going to be getting that guaranteed invite. And I think they will be looking to find more victories as the CCT season goes on. But kind of as an idea that these academy sides can look really strong. But we need to see more from this Precy team, because Precy were a roster where, just think back to a few years ago. Look at the caliber of player. You know, it was the side where it was kind of Nikodos, Refresh, Roy, Dupree. We had Ultex as well. Woozy, though, on the orb, a nice find. And Unity, it looks as though they found their form as well. Better late than never, but it's going to be tough. Because Asilion is certainly an overlooked angle. Stick of the bomb, reposition from Asilion. This is going to be disgusting. It's all about whether he can time this well. He will get the first, aware that there's another here towards ramp. Tag coming through. And Asilion, he is right within the eye of the storm, taken down there. I would have quite liked to see Asilion play a bit more discipline there. But Darba here towards stairs. Woozy on the AWP. Oh, nice find from Grilla. He's got a smoke as well. This round could get really difficult. Neofrag being held towards CT. Grilla does have an defuse kit. He could just stick the bomb, but Darba finds him. No tap of the bomb there from Grilla's. A bit of a misstep. It would have forced the T to be a bit frantic. Obviously, the finances for Precy are strong enough to get an investment. The buy will come through from Unity as well. No real limitations there either. We need to see a bit of a streak from Unity, though. Without it, Precy could be looking to not only close the half with the victory, but with 5 rounds remaining, if they can find 3 of them, that's an 8-4 half again. Nico. Nice find there onto Feeder. I like the aggression here from Precy. A bit of a change of tempo, and it's completely upset Unity's flow. Nade of the smoke from Becca, and he can find Darba towards Palace. 5-on-3 here. And although we saw some success from Unity in the last round, I doubt we're going to be seeing much more in this one, as it's Neofrag alone towards middle. A 1 versus 5 here. Obviously, if there were a player on the Unity side to win a 1v5, I think we all know it would be Neofrag, but he's been spotted towards Con. Asilion. Looked as though he wanted to peek there from CT, but thought better as Nico was prepared from short. Precy goes 6-2 up. Unity, they won the pistol. They've won 1 rifle round, but Precy have very much been in control, and that's why Unity are operating their 2nd tactical pause of the map. And it makes sense. The Unity T side has got a lot to talk about when it comes to improvements. This is not the expectations from Unity whatsoever. And look, this is the problem that I mentioned with both these teams' map pools. Because the depth isn't really there, the confidence isn't really there. Unity have picked into Mirage. It is their generic map pick. They do opt to play Mirage quite a lot of the time, so you completely understand that. But it's the fact that this is their best map pick on paper. Preezy barely play it. They played 2 maps in the last 2 months or 3 months, both of which being losses, one of them being a 13-2. Preezy on paper as well, they come into this as the lesser team on HLTV rankings. Yet Preezy are punishing. Unity, they look kind of outmatched and outclassed in every endeavor when it comes to opening picks, when it comes to utility usage, when it comes to strategy, cohesion. It seems like the team that have kind of only just brought these new pieces together are synergizing far better than a team that's got a lot more time together on paper. It's going to be an attempt from Unity to take middle, but now the utility's drained. This gets really difficult. Nico's got a flash. Oh, Nico, he's going to look to peek before the smoke blooms. A lot of damage onto Feeder. Becca now posted towards top con. Great flashbang here. Bit of a risk from Becca. Could be found, but it's a Mac 10. Becca trying to back away through the smoke, unable to do so, but Nico gets one. Neofrag doubles, so a 3-on-3 now. QX has got work to do here on the bomb site. Will he spot Darber out of the smoke? Will he just backs away? Worried about Palace, and quite rightly, it's usually been a lurk here. Steps from Woozy can be heard, but Woozy finds another. Gorilla needs to get this kill onto Darber while he can isolate this fight. With the bomb going down now, Gorilla just needs to switch to that AK. Flashbang comes through. That's quite possibly the worst flashbang I've seen in years. Doesn't even get anywhere near jungle. Utility far favoring Gorilla. He's got a smoke and a flash. Thankfully, Woozy does have an HE grenade, so he can blow open the smoke. Gorilla, in the last clutch we saw, he dropped a smoke on the bomb, but didn't even tap it. He didn't even give a reason. He's dropped a smoke here towards CT. I think the idea was to drop it on the bomb, but a bit of a missed smoke here. Again, no tap of the bomb from Gorilla. And then the round's over. Preezy, they give Unity a gift there. I've got to say, QX has got to be doing better there. It's disappointing. He's on the center of the bomb site. If he peeks towards Con at any moment, he's getting a kill. He's so worried about Palace. And look, if you're worried about Palace, just maneuver towards Firebox. You then play an angle where you can only be taking that fight and only seen by Palace. It just seems as though QX, he's so worried about potential from Palace, yet he's still keeping himself open to other angles. This is where Preezy, realistically, they get the opening pick. They have a lot of control. They probably should have won that round, but when Neofrag gets the double in middle, when we see the bit of the misstep there as well from QX, Unity, although they've only found 3 rounds here on the T side, and look, Preezy aren't going to be too disappointed as well with their current performance, I think we do have to say that Preezy kind of gave that round away. Feeder, though, could fall in top mid, but in fact, the Galil besting. Becca can find Neofrag in the process. Gorilla taken down towards B. Already so quick out of apartments is Darber. Finally made his position known, but Asilion can find him. The Mac 10 whiffing, and Becca gets another. He's found a triple in this round. Becca has been so key here from Preezy throughout Nuke, and now, when he's been required, when Preezy aren't stepping up, when they are having some slight slip-ups, that's when Becca provides. And now, a 1 versus 3 for the low HP Feeder. I think the save's got to be the game plan, got to be the call. You're never winning a round like this, especially with the bomb dropped in apps. But we're going to be seeing a 7-3 scoreline. Already, Preezy are going to be moving into the second half with the advantage. But the question is, how many rounds is it going to be? Is it going to be kind of a 9-3, 8-4? Or will Unity secure these final 2 rounds to make it that 7-5? I think Unity, they're still not kind of, they're still not in the worst of positions currently. I know it is looking a bit bleak, but when you look to Preezy's past on Mirage, they have really struggled with the T side. But a lot of the T side struggles that teams do find here is not really a lack of structure. A lot of the time, in fact, it's just a lack of individuals. I think Mirage is a map that all of these teams and all of these players, especially with players like a kind of a Asilion and a coach like AZ, they're going to be so well prepped on a map like Mirage. It's not going to come down to the calling. It's not going to come down to the strat book. It's going to be about the individuals. And for Unity, the individuals have been very quiet. You've got Darber, who's 2-8, Feeder's 3-10. Purdy's not having that Nuke performance. And this is where the T side can be lacking, but the Tech 9, this could be a perfect decision as they decide to press heavy towards A with a double under setup. Oh, Nico has been spotted as well. This is not the time to operate this setup here, Preezy. I don't really know what the game plan is, but the utility doing a lot of damage. Woozy looks to push through the smoke into the crosshair of Asilion. And although it was a 4 versus 3 at one point, the advantage was seen, in fact, from Unity. We will see the round go the way of Preezy, unless if Purdy can win a 1v3 on 4 HP. But I think we all know that's never going to happen. And there it is, round over. Molly landing towards Firebox. Preezy now securing 8. Unity will head into the final round with a perfect investment. Woozy actually won't be able to bring out the AWP. And with Becca's performance with the Big Green, maybe we need to see an AWP in play to counterbalance his strengths. If you're Unity right now, this round, and obviously the pistol, poses a lot of threat and weight. If Preezy win this and then also win the pistol, that's where we're saying for Unity, well, it's an even split on pistols. Unity obviously started this map off with the victory. They got that early round, but they lost to the Force Buy, which I think a lot of teams do face these days. Asillion's been taken down here towards window. He's spamming through the smoke. Maybe not the best of the decisions. Darba dealing, and we've also got this aggression out of Palace. It leaves Nico kind of in I guess a 1 versus 3 on the A-bombs. Like, Nico's had a good game so far. Same with Grilla. So although it's a 2 versus 4, there's certainly some potency about this round. Nico can get the reload off. We've seen a kill from Grillo onto Neofrag. If we saw one more kill come through from Nico, that's where we're really saying, okay, well, there's a possibility here. Nade coming through, spots him on the cross. Great information gathered now from Grilla. Should have a good idea that both these players are, in fact, towards CT. He's going to send the molly towards Ticket in the hopes that someone is there, but no. And now Grilla, a near impossible clutch. Tap of the bomb, it's surely to force a swing out of someone, but great jump spot from Woozy. He's just being such a nuisance here. What are we seeing from Grilla? This is not how you play around like this, and Darba will just get the swing, get the trade. 8-4 is the finish, but obviously that was the outcome on a map like Nuke, and we saw how that game finished. Preezy. Still, though, for Preezy, for them to show a compelling finish on Mirage, I think a pistol round is going to help them along their way. For Unity, they are on that CT side. They're on their favoured side, but it's all about whether they can kind of get themselves back into the game regarding individuals. Feed are really struggling still, 3-12. Darba, Purdy not having the best of games. Obviously, Darba just got a triple kill in that round, yet he's still on 5 in total. The bottom performing player across the whole server. And for Preezy, not only is it about their survival here in the play-ins, but for Unity, it's that kind of lingering loss and elimination on the horizon. 5 rounds is all it takes, and Unity have that swift removal. Big pistol round here, though, for Unity. It's the idea of them kind of trying to claw their way back in. For Preezy, it's establishing that foundation on their T side. And they don't need many building blocks here to close out Mirage. Swing towards middle. Woozy's been offered up 3 kills. Woozy doesn't need to repeat here. He's already got his team the advantage, but he's hungry for frags. Woozy to take this fight. He's going to peek through the Molotov. Great find from Woozy. I don't really know what the game plan is from Preezy. They just look to fight towards middle. Against the ranged USPs, it's never going to work. Darba doubles. It's a 1 versus 5 for QX, and he will be found by Woozy. Great round there in window from Woozy. Darba doubles as well. Very important here for Unity. Again, very reminiscent of Nuke. Obviously, the game ended there 8-4. We saw the 3 rounds found from Unity off the back of the pistol, but ever since the rifles were in play in that second half for Preezy, it was just victory all across the board. But a very disappointing pistol round from Preezy. I said that the calling wouldn't be a limiting factor for Preezy's T side, but I don't really understand the game plan there. Just peeking towards window, just offering up some easy kills there for Woozy. That's something you can't really be doing. And although you're looking like the dominant factor when it comes to the individuals, you need to show a bit more respect. Interestingly, we are seeing a force buy here. I don't know whether I hate or kind of love this decision, because obviously it gives the idea and opportunity for Preezy to reset Unity's finances. That's obviously what gave them that kind of 5-1 scoreline. But the rifles here defending. Neofrag able to secure a double. Nico will take him down, but excellent positioning here. Not the best of sprays from Woozy, but the flying MP9 surely to secure this round. Woozy really struggling here with this M4. Gorilla, 36 points of health. It seems like Darther wants to deal with him, but Woozy will find. And look, that round looks very weak. After we see that swing from Neofrag, he just gets that double and just shuts them out of the round. But it begs the question, look, if you're going to go for a bit of a pop with Tech 9s and Mac 10s towards A, why aren't you doing it from Palace? Obviously, we know there would have been difficulties from Palace, but I think at least it gives you a bit of a chance. Either way, though, Unity should find a third hit. As I said, though, this is looking very reminiscent to what we saw on Nuke. An attempted boost. Neofrag can find QX, though. Woozy dealing towards the Cillion in under. And again, a quick 5-on-2 scenario. Unity, as I said, Preezy, they need to show a bit of respect. They need, they can't just overlook Unity. This is their map pick. They are looking a lot better on their CT sides. This is where all it takes is, a couple gun rounds that are lost for the game to go way out of control. Unity now put themselves within touching distance. It is going to be the full buy from Preezy, so let's see what they have to offer here on their T side. But as I've said, the T side has been a little bit difficult for them in the past. But obviously, it's not about the past. It's all about the present. It's about the here and now. And Preezy, let's see what they can achieve here. The lack of achievement in the last round, though, has given Unity a bit of bank to work with, which is obviously going to be a massive positive when it comes to these comebacks, when it comes to kind of offering a bit of stability on this CT side. Nice nade onto a Cillion and QX, and Neofrag through the smoke confined. QX has had a bit of a tough time here towards top middle. Woozy in middle. They've got the opening pick already. I don't love the idea of Unity continuing to search for frags here. Nice nade onto Nico. Already the utility damage has been excellent here from Unity. Oh, Darther can double. And the aggression from Neofrag and Purdy through Con is excellent. I love that call from Unity. Great synergy on that push, and a 1 versus 5 now for Gorilla. Unity not only will be able to level up the scoreline, but the fact they'll be against the Tech 9s and maybe Mac 10s at best in the next. This is where Preezy do need to get worried. Unity could quite comfortably push it to that third map, and obviously, as I mentioned, with it being Ancient, it's one of their most played. It is statistically Unity's best win rate, so this is where Preezy might miss a bit of a trick here. Oh, and even with Darther on 22 points of health, he can still get that kill. Eight to 8, though, it is that leveled up game. It is that kind of problematic period for Preezy, as I mentioned. It is the Techs in play, accompanied by Gorilla's Deagle. Neofrag, they've got to find a way to silence him now, Preezy. He's been so effective on this CT side. Woozy going to go searching here towards ramp. We'll find Becca quite comfortably. QX can get the eventual trade, but he's taken so much damage in the process. Nico slowly maneuvering through middle. Darther Just going to be playing behind this smoke. Neofrag as well could look to peek at any moment, and they will line up, but Nico can still find it. Now Darba through the smoke to get one, and they double down, and with Purdy finding QX on the A-bomb site, round is over. 3 survivors, and look at the finances. 3 players above 10k, 2 just shy of it. And Unity with a 5-round streak, they take the lead. And again, Preezy wanting to reevaluate their problems here on the T side. This was my biggest issue that I said. That Preezy really struggle on their T sides, and Unity, their CT side, has looked pretty decent at times. And although an 8-4 scoreline, sometimes that's not enough. And that's what makes things so difficult now for Preezy, because they're in a position where not only were they 4 rounds up, but a pistol round would have completely changed how this game looks. And then you look at their pistol round decision making, they look to just swing 3 out, 4 out middle, and they just give individual fights to Woozy. Both Becca and Woozy wielding the big green now, though. Obviously, Becca's had so much impact with the AWP quite recently. Nade of the smoke. Becca's spotting, but also can find Neofrag. Neofrag's been excellent with finding these picks with the nades, the smokes, and Darba now wanting to deal for Becca. A bit more reservation here from Darba. I look to back away. Good decision from Darba. He's going to send the molly towards under. We are going to be seeing a boost here towards window, though. Nico looking to slip the net. This is an excellent call and a great round here from Preezy, but of course it starts with Becca. Nico, he's worried about stairs, and quite rightly. A lot of the time when you see this top con smoke thrown, you see the idea of a player sitting towards stairs. There is already so much space taken here. Although Unity are going to have an excellent flank towards Palace, they are still disadvantaged, and they've lost a lot of control, not only in connector, but also here towards jungle. Becca just holding. Oh, Gorilla. Gorilla's in such a perfect position to deal with Purdy. How would you ever account for that? I like the discipline as well from Unity. Although many players are sitting pretty financially, the idea is to save, but Nico wants to take that completely away from them. Woozy. Oh, Woozy's able to back away, but he's going to look to fight. Missed shot from Woozy. He's now being hunted. There is no chance Woozy survives this, especially with only 1 bullet in the magazine, but Gorilla can find. And Preezy, they take all the weaponry away. We will still see an investment here from Unity. AWP can be dropped across, rifles as well. But it's 9-9 now. An important round victory from Preezy, and it's clear that the tactical pause and the AWP on Becca provided a little bit more stability for Preezy. Certainly something they needed. Becca, oh, this is a disgusting decision. Feeder. Becca played in front of that Molotov, but maybe didn't see the jump spot from Feeder. Ooh, Becca needs to be a little bit more cautious. He's just going to sit and take the damage from the nade. Wants to stay posted onto Feeder's position. Obviously, a victory for Preezy here will allow them to find 11 as the finances for Unity. Actually, never mind. Absolute lie from me. The money on Unity's not too bad at all. I thought they'd be reset after that one, but it's now an attempt to play through middle. Oh, Becca with the opportunity to find. Second chance there as well, but didn't see it. Elevated angle. It's a run boost, in fact. I like the idea. Nothing spotted. Smoke now in window to deny sightlines from Darba. Smoke in top con as well. The idea is a split here. This is going to go so wrong. Look at the setup from Neofrag and Purdy. It is going to be this play from short. Neofrag looks like he wants to go through it. Nico is holding. Nico and Asilion finding. There's minimal time here now. Woozy has got so much work to do. He can find the first, spots the second, but now there's problems from apartments. There needs to be a quicker rotation from him. He's going to drop the smoke to try and live as long as he can. A 3 versus 4, although players have been chipped away at. Still, we have Woozy on the back of the bomb site, dealt with by Grilla. Eventually, through the smoke, they find the bomb making its way up short. Could be denied. Purdy finding, and now it's a 2 versus 2, but is there enough time to plant? It's the tap of the bomb, and Purdy has to be taken down by Nico. Not enough time to plant, but Precy win it on kills. Great there from Grilla and Nico to give the round the way of Precy. It gets so down to the wire, but Precy still find it. Understandably taking a tactical pause after that one. Pressure at an all-time high for Precy, but they take the lead now in the dying stages, and this is where Unity, all of that hard work, all of that grit and that battle to claim the lead themselves, they lose it just 2 rounds later. Unity, they've got the investment here. Not perfect, as there's an MP9 on feeder, but we've still got Woozy's AWP in play. I think the problem there is once Woozy drops that smoke and decides to play behind it and play passive, I think that's when you go from a position of strength with the AWP to a position of weakness. You're kind of hoping for someone to make a bit of a mistake, but Precy, there was about 20 seconds on the clock there, yet they were still very disciplined to not give the AWP of Woozy too many easy fights. Precy, though, 3 rounds needed to close out the series and force Unity out of this play-in stage. Flashbang towards top middle, blinding Neofrag, forcing him off from Con. Already a fair bit of utility has been drained here from Unity. This makes any chance of a retake towards middle quite difficult. And similarly to be said for a retake of the bomb site, there's no defuse kit in play. This is where Unity, let's say it's a 4v4 retake, they might have a tough decision to make. Another smoke towards window. Nico's got a molly and a nade in hand as well. Neofrag looks as though he might take a risk peeking towards middle. Oh, great find from QX, a player who has really struggled. Takes down a heavy hitter on the Unity side, and Grilla, he's operating towards ramp. He's got a teammate slowly in QX making his way through. Asilion, he needs to deal with this player under balcony. He will find. Realizing there's one towards CT as well, just based on the trajectory of that utility. Purdy hoping to find one here towards ramp. Missed shot here from Becca, but surely just to be the safe hit. There's no need for Unity to throw these weapons away. I wonder if Precy are going to hunt here. They've got the finances to do so. Oh, missed shot here from Woozy, and it allows Nico to get 2. And now Darba, the only player standing. Excellent hit. QX could take him down as well. Darba's in apartments. Darba is currently holding for QX's angle, but the T's are going to be swarming their way through in a matter of moments. QX has cleared it. They've got to be aware. Darba's now shown his hand. He's got a smoke grenade to work with. Spam coming through. Oh, Darba. Can he cross by? But Becca finds him through the smoke. In fact, the flashbang obscuring my vision. I couldn't even see it in the kill feed. But Becca will find him. Precy get 11. And now with Unity's finances broken, it's a question of whether they force or just the full eco. Obviously, the eco will allow Precy to find 12. And also with 3 chances to close out the series. A tough decision to make now if you're Unity, but they've opted for the eco. I guess on paper, the smarter play. Neofrag searching for an early opener with a Deegan mid. Somehow not been taken down that. In a round like this, I feel like sometimes the T's can overcomplicate it. All they need to do is just leave one towards top middle, group as a pack towards A or B, and keep your weaponry out. I think sometimes in these types of rounds, when you drop too many smokes, too many pieces of utility, not only does it allow, I guess, kills to come through from the CTs when you've got players throwing util, but also it gives them a smoke to work with. You know, you're giving these pistols an opportunity to push through and surprise you. So I think in some kind of scenarios, it's better to just keep the weaponry in hand. Don't overcomplicate a round like this, and that's exactly what Precy are doing. I like the decision-making here. Nico can find one. Nico doubles down. He gets a 3rd, in fact. Eco hunting towards top middle. Nico finding his 24th kill. And Precy now securing 12. Feeder can look to save this AK, which will be big for players like Neofraggers. Maybe invested a little too much into this round. Unity, though. They have 3 rounds where they've got to find them all to push to overtime. It's not as though 3 rounds in a row will give them victory. This is all for survival. And again, even if they do somehow come back and win here on Mirage, they've still then got to do an Ancient, a map that obviously Parisi looks pretty confident on as well. But now Parisi with 3 opportunities to close out the series. Unity, obviously, going to be utilizing their final and the final tactical pause of the map, unless if it pushes to overtime. Obviously, that's where both teams are accredited an extra tactical pause, I do believe. So this is where Unity really need to dig deep. They can have no mistakes. Feeder's really struggled in this series, though. You look at the performance on Nuke, certainly not the best of times. 10 kills in total. Obviously, just 7 here on Mirage currently. But this is it. This is the big moment here. Parisi. Obviously, both teams have had a bit of a tough time in the last couple months, but giving them that chance of survival and that chance to push to the Swiss stage is obviously what they're hoping for. Becca posted up on the elevated angle. Neofrag, it looks like he wants to send the nade of the smoke. It's being held. Oh, Becca has the chance to find Neofrag. Neofrag's going to thank his lucky stars that Becca has just missed that shot, because it would have given the advantage here in such a vital round. A bit of a split in search here from Parisi. 3 towards middle, 1 towards apps, 1 towards palace. Just a default setup in the attempt to find any extremity pushers here from Unity. Whether they're going to try and play someone through apartments, get someone in palace. I like the idea here from Parisi. Kind of look to let Unity make that big mistake. Just the 1 defuse kit here on Neofrag. So if he goes down, Unity are going to have to kind of take some time to recover said kit. Double ramp push coming through now. And Becca's gone to palace with the AWP. It's just whether Woozy decides to continue pushing through here. Step towards top mid. We've seen a smoke towards top con. Is Woozy going to look to flank towards middle or palace? Well, he will go for palace. Right decision here. Nade of the smoke to try and spot something. Purdy. Oh, Purdy's going to get bad timing. Spamming through the smoke is one, but he's taken down by Grilla. Man advantage seen now. Nico going to look to aggress through the smoke. Woozy decided to flank towards mid. With Feeder finding QX, though, brings it back to this 3 or 4 versus 4, but the bomb can go down. The final 3 players here, apart from Woozy, are making their way through short. They've got to be aware there's a player towards ramp or palace. Bomb finally going down. Becca's got to be so cautious here. Becca's surely going to go down. There is no way he's aware of this. What a shot from Becca. He can find Woozy. And now it gives the advantage to Parisi now in the post plant. He's posted up towards stairs as well. Darba being held currently. The CTs are making their way out. Neofrag gets 1. Darba. Neofrag doubles. Darba eventually taken down by Grilla. Grilla's just needing to survive as long as possible, but he gets another. It's all on Feeder. He's had a really tough game. It's the full 10-second stick. And that is it. Parisi victorious. They take their opponent's map pick in a 13-9 scoreline. Mirage going the way of Parisi. And an excellent game. I think, as I said, this series screamed of a 2-0 just based on individuals. It seemed like both teams were a little bit, well, a little bit tough with their kind of vetoes in their current map pool and the current state of these teams, as they've not been playing the most perfect of CS. But for Parisi, they had that slight edge. Obviously, it was Becca on map 1. It was Nico and Grilla here on map 2. An excellent performance here from Parisi. They're going to be really happy about that. It gives them kind of another chance to find success here. Obviously, we've seen the elimination games. We're going to be seeing the winners matches coming up in about an hour or so, as it is Copenhagen Wolves to face off against Heroic Academy to kick that one off. But that isn't going to be with me. You're going to be joined by the wonderful Exner. So if you guys are staying tuned for that game, make sure to show him some love. I'm sure he's going to bring some firepower to the broadcast. But that's been it from me. Hope you guys enjoyed, and we'll see you soon for that next winners match.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Hello, everybody. Welcome on back here to some more action at CCT. We're still rolling through the closed qualifiers here for Europe Series 3 as we concluded Series 2 not too long ago. Looking forward to covering some of the action here for the remainder of the day. What we have left, going to be some exciting games. To kick things off, we've got Heroic Academy taking on Copenhagen Wolves, and then a little bit later down the line, we're going to see Rush B versus Leo. Should be some exciting stuff. To finish off the day, we're still looking to see who's going to be making it on into the Swiss stage here from the closed qualifiers. We're getting closer and closer to determining who's going to be those teams, and we'll be sticking with some of the winners of Group C and Group D with these closing matchups. And again, wins today mean that you do lock yourself in an opportunity in the Swiss stage for these young rosters. It also means a lot here to be able to accomplish that task. So that's what everyone's gunning for right now as of today here. And with that on the line here, we'll kind of focus in on our opening matchup for myself at least here in Heroic versus Copenhagen Wolves. We can go ahead and take a look at the Academy squad here in a Heroic Academy, see what they're bringing to the table here. This is a roster that has been putting a little bit of the grind on right now in the Tier 2 space. Been watching, at least seeing them come up in quite a few of their games. And to be honest with you, this should be a team with a little bit of momentum behind them. This is a roster who have players that have to be a little bit motivated here to secure themselves an opportunity, in the future. And I think that's kind of what you're hoping to see out of this academy project, is that, as we see them grow into this form here, as we see them kind of establish themselves, maybe, in the near future, there could be opportunities with some of the roster changes that we're seeing right now go on and talked about with Heroic. We know that some Pius isn't going to be sticking around for forever. We know that Saul's leaving as well. So opportunities for growth for a player like Scrob, who is looking to step himself into a new limelight here with this academy team. I mean, obviously a little bit far-fetched to say that there's easy opportunities for growth right now. There's still a lot to prove from this academy core, but Heroic's a team that like to build, and they have to build often with how impressive they have been. So it'll be exciting to see what they can bring to the table right now if they want to try and lock themselves in a Swiss stage, if they can make it a deep run. Again, the definitely the world is their oyster right now in terms of the future ahead of this team here, as they are a step away from locking themselves a spot in the Swiss stage. We'll take a look at their counterparts here, see what they're bringing to the table here. I mean, for this squad here in Copenhagen Wolves, it feels like this team right now still riddled with quite a few roster shakeups and adjustments. They're still trying to, I think, potentially land on their feet long term. So I would be interested to see what they're able to bring to the table today. As far as I know, this is a fairly fresh move, bringing in Jorko and seeing what he can do. I think that's a good idea, at least in terms of bringing in some young players that can stay very active, that can deliver quite a bit. Just outright fire output, an upgrade in terms of maybe the addition here of Jerko and taking out a player like Quez. I think that's what you're going to get most of all out of this addition right now. So kind of setting your focus in on this team, trusting in the firepower here, trusting in the individual ability, and saying, hey, we need some young talent to revitalize this roster. Well, I mean, that could lead to some potential, short-term success that this team would really like to see here, as again, I think they have the capabilities and the players with experience to show so much more than maybe what they have been as of recent. I think a player like Jaquinho brings that experience with his opping here. Balaney, a great piece of the puzzle as well. So it'll be interesting to see how this team fares up out of the gates here with this addition and bringing him in with so many roster changes. But with all that being said, take a look at the vetoes here and see what sort of battleground we're going to be playing things out on. To open us up here, we're going to look at Nuke coming through from the Heroic Academy squad. They are, they have a decent bit of success, some very strong CT sides on this map. So looking forward to seeing that. We're able to take down a team in their opening matchup in this Swiss or this group stage, this close qualifier. So I have high expectations for this team if they're able to bring that to the table out of the gates. Do what they can do here. Ancient going to be picked out from Copenhagen Wolves. I think this veto makes a lot more sense looking at how they want to try and activate, get some early activation from some of their key players here, including a piece that I think they can really get a huge benefit in Jerko. To see what he can do here for the squad. It seems like he's going to be one of the key openers for this team, so I imagine a lot of setup around this new addition for Copenhagen Wolves is what we're going to be seeing out of Ancient here. And then to close this off, Anubis, to see if required, the third map coming through here. Same idea, I feel like, is that can really lend itself, especially with Copenhagen Wolves banning out Dust 2. We'll see that Anubis come through instead. And I feel like, again, that's going to be a closing map. We're going to see two teams that have a little bit of comfort, but do have some tricky T-side affairs for the side of Copenhagen Wolves, which I think comes out of a bit of that instability of the roster, that they haven't been able to master the T side of Anubis just yet. For the Heroic Academy squad, it's a little bit more successful, but their CT sides are more to be worried about here. So I do think, that will lend itself to a small advantage for Copenhagen Wolves in the deciding map, given that fact and given the new opening presence that they've brought into this team. I'm hoping to see that sort of aspect completely change the way that this roster's, being built fundamentally. One of their big struggles was, who could find the opening picks, who could bring it to the table. I think Quez, stepping into that role was all right at it, but I do think you're going to have a lot of firepower opportunity, and you're going to be able to see some of the proof of concept that Jerko brings to the table as they bring him into this roster. It could be a very exciting opportunity for Copenhagen Wolves to, not only get some new young talent, but to establish and kind of center themselves around that piece. So should be an exciting matchup here, a lot to prove here. Again, a lot to gain with the victory, a win, and you're just going to be into that Swiss stage with a chance to play up against some of the better rosters here in the Tier 2 of Europe right now that aren't competing at the major. So very cool opportunity for these guys. And again, looking forward to seeing how that manufactures a little bit of follow-up success for both of these teams here heading into this one with a lot to gain. But yeah, I mean, it should be a very exciting series. Expecting Copenhagen Wolves to be maybe a little bit favored in this matchup. As far as I'm aware, I think they'll be feeling a little bit more confident heading into this one. But I do think it's close. I think Heroic Academy have shown me a lot of growth here as a team, again, that's looking to build up a little bit of momentum and establish themselves in the Tier 2 space. The big point, again, is that Heroic Academy have a lot of bright futures. Even if it's like a stand-in situation, I think a big run here could maybe give an opportunity for a player like Scrub to enter into the conversation of hey, maybe you can give me a trial, give me a test. I can try and fill the shoes of some Pius. I know that name is a lot to fill right there in the Heroic camp, but even if it's a temporary thing, I think if you're able to prove that you can make some deep runs, it'd be a really cool story for him to take that as motivation and say, hey, this organization is one that is willing to try and trust new talent. And that could be the potential future ahead of a player here on this academy squad with the adjustments that we're seeing Heroic go through at the moment, and in the future post major, of course. Right now they're still competing and doing fantastic over there in Austin, but looking forward to seeing how this academy squad can show up here as well in EU and prove it versus the Copenhagen Wolves. Although that being said, I'm not sure if we're ready just yet to hop into the game. So in the meantime, I'm going to be sending this one off to a quick break. And once we come back, we'll be ready to hop into Nuke. Yeah, we're ready to hop into the action here. We hop into map number 1 of the series. Looking forward to seeing how things shape up here on Nuke. Kick things off. Heroic Academy starting off on this T side, blowing open the door to open things up, and then diving down the vent here. There is some rotates down towards this lower side, but they managed to avoid most of the contact right now. Jaquinho is that player down in towards the lower side. He finds one. Keeping a lurk down in towards Squeaky Door here. Scrob finds another. And they've established themselves a foothold on the site, even having a lurking presence that's just distracting so well. 2 players on this defense. It becomes a battle of patience here as the bomb is yet to be planted. I know that there's a player in between them right now. They're looking to flush them out before they start this retake effort off. And finally, Jorko is going to be the one to kick things off. Numbers are punched in here. Time's ticking. And Belaney adds another kill to the tally. Catching a player on a long rotate right now. Over towards the secret side, and we'll be able to handle it. Dual Berettas not being able to find any follow-up success, and time is ticking against the last player remaining. No kit here as well, so struggles to stop him off the bomb. Opening up the door, just causing some distraction. A nice headshot to finish the 4K for F&L. To open up this pistol. Handling business quite nicely for Heroic Academy. Making it look comfortable. Once again here, just USPs out for the DT side as well. Are they interested in bringing too much to this round? Should just be coasting on the inbound towards this B side. Can't make their case past the ramp room at the moment. Maybe trying to play a contained game. Find as much exits as you can. Moment it is handled very comfortably. There is an exit coming through from Jorko. The gun to be retrieved as well off the back of it. And Jaquinho, he whips out the Zeus, but the HE and Mac-10 will be able to chase him down for the finishing statement. Rogue Academy goes their way up to 2. First big gun round coming up here. And one just flying through into secret. Now this is definitely hurt, but it is still impressive. The positioning. All these CTs starting to fall because of that positioning. Getting caught in transition right now. Completely collapsed in on right now for the side of Heroic Academy. This is already looking like a safe call here. Round 1 early and quick. No case to get back into this here. They're going to try and escape through CT spawn. That even going to be a challenge right now. My goodness. Shots just rattling off. Now, it's about, again, staying alive. Getting away from that bomb as well. Running towards the ramp room might be the perfect way to do just that.
Terrorists win.
There you go. Heroic Academy, no trouble getting onto the board for the first gun round either. There's a big headshot right there. Will be quickly handled. The tone early here. A little 1-for-1 trade towards the outer yard, but see if that continues here. This time a lot slower of an approach here. Chiquinho able to surface up, but there's just quick trades right now that are necessary to keep things comfortable. Well contained. Tapeware inside the vents, scaling forward. He's going to tick in the molly, but he escapes as well. He's able to stay alive here. Eventually, again, traded. This does allow for Matios to set himself up here on the site proper. Get on above. Going to strike down here. Bomb plant tapped inside the smoke right now. Going to be a full commitment this time around. And they've got coverage. Sneaking the bomb plant here as Matios never activates from the rafters right now and is going to find himself maybe outside looking in on this one. And they're going to tap the bomb there, try and chase forward. Knows he's off of it now. Starting to lose time. HE to blow up the smoke. Quick headshot. Matios needs another. Can't quite find the follow-up belt. Heroic Academy going to continue here. Effective trades, getting them some fantastic success here out of the gates. You're making sure this one stays nice and comfortable. There's another big entry, making a double FNL, just destroying the setup single-handedly, rolling through the defense right there. This is feeling like a bit of a non-starter of a round. Maybe something can be made of it as Matios takes two towards the outside. Boy. A bit of back and forth here, gonna leave things nice and level. Advantage going to be brought to the table now. The outer yard play as well, read into. Matios goes hunting continuously. Eventually gets punished for his efforts. Just puts it into a 1v1 now. Hunt down Blaney. Here's catching him with his side turned right there. No way to mess that one up. And ensures another victory for Heroic Academy. The quick 5v3 that was established will be capitalized on. Back to another, I mean, kind of forced by at the moment. Really a lot to be brought right now into this round. You got a couple A1Ss or A4s in the mix, but for the most part, not looking the best in terms of the purchasing power for the CT side. Getting themselves a little bit out of steam here. Came close in that last round, but it started off so incredibly rough. They want to find out how they open up rounds here, how they start things off well for themselves. constant recovery mode here as shots through the smoke. Not quite connected upon. Still trying to scale forward here. Flying through the outer yard. There's a close range duel. Matios does find his way around it. And there's more here. Matios keeps things contained. Did it in the last round. He'll do it again. Eventually the scout is able to chirp up as well. Matios keeping things nice and easy towards the outer yard here. Just one player left to take down. A couple of headshots sent out. Still healthy. Another swing coming through. A little bit risky, but will do the trick. Finally on the board there. More heroics required, but more delivered. A bit of new life here. And already flying through mini. Didn't quite hear that. Didn't get a audio cue necessary to register that drop that he was making for mini, and this site gets collapsed. Heroic Academy, a slight hiccup in the last round, but right back to winning ways now. Auto shot, he doesn't bring home anything either. And I think Blaney, he's hanging around here, but I don't know how long he'll stick around. I'm sticking against him here. 1v3. I guess a couple low HP bars here. It's not completely out of the picture. So he has a chance. Can he make it happen here? Difficulties getting in on past the first hurdle. Won't be able to do just that. Shut down on the inbound in Heroic Academy. We'll keep on counting it up. Now even less to be brought here in this round. They do win one, but they only survive with a single player, and as you can see, it takes a toll on their economy. Go right back into the doldrums. And with pistols and dealing with way too much presence on the other end of that smoke. Again, this ramp aggression is sent packing. That'll lead to pretty much a clean and comfortable round at this point. I'm already seeing some fade away. We want to take control of control. Maybe this can open up a new opportunity. Maybe Blaney can re-inspire here, calling in for a little bit of extra assistance from his teammate as well. Not as comfortable trying to track with the 5-7 though. And Blaney's taken down awfully low. Will be finished off eventually, hunted before they even try and plant the bomb. Durko going to turn the corner there into his instant demise. So Heroic Academy on to 7, and just now looking like they got that killer instinct in them. Back into it again here. See what they can do. Got a decent buy-in now finally, but they just give ramp control over immediately. It takes Chiquinho a little while to track that kill. And they just barge into this B bomb site again. They just show no hesitation. Able to establish a foothold on the site. Can they now close the round, though? Very aggressive, not expecting one to be hovering. Already in control. Smoke soon to fade. Going to leave them limited in post-plant positions. And we'll go. Able to strike with that AWP. Leaves it into a 1v3. Scrob's got to find the gap. He's just slid through. Smoke on top of that bomb. Trying to track through the smoke. No one's on it. He's going to have to sacrifice a little bit of health here to get around it. He catches the Opera off guard. He continues to keep them off the bomb. The Opera has the kit, but he's able to track it around the smoke. He's won the round. Steals it away. Matthews has to turn and run away for the survival. 4 HP is what he lives on, but Heroic Academy continue to take a run right now. What a phenomenal clutch as well from Scrub, who, again, I said, had so much to gain here in this matchup. So much to prove here on this Academy squad. And it is rounds like that that can build up some encouragement. He played that one to perfection. And he finds the opener as well, punishing CT aggression right now. It's exactly what he wants to do. Making it look easy right now, piece by piece. Statement start here. A little bit awkward though. Trying to run around in the marsh. Mellow and catching a timing as well. So tunnel visioned on player making the escape towards the outer yard. Can't quite realize what's around the corner right in front of him. So a short-lived opening advantage here, taken back by the Wolves. I'll be able to put it into a decent little 4v3 now. I've silently crossed down in towards secret. See how much this benefits them with a player rotated down. They've got to try and contact this for as long as possible, not to draw any more rotates in. And Chiquinho has to keep his head on a swivel. Timing. Gonna work out good enough for him here. Trade a little bit labored, but still figured out eventually. See if that trade is quick enough to get them into another chance here. I mean, they have another chance. 2v2 is now Scrob, finds another one. Mattios trying to recover here. Flashman goes into the smoke, but he can't track the kill. Mattios blind. Will win it. Another opportunity for Scrob. Trying to dance around the smoke here. Gonna get run up on from behind, though. Capeware offers up the finishing blow. Had to take some sacrifices there on some of the angles that he couldn't really afford to worry about. Second round manufactured here for the side. Copenhagen Wolves. Defense looking a little rocky, but nothing you can't recover from here with 4. We know this to be CT-sided map, but things have shown us that it can be otherwise here in recent history. Issue is when Copenhagen will, or when other Heroic Academy get knocked down, they just bounce back so much better. Scrob, what a statement start right there, peeking into Turco's op, knocking him out of the server so quickly. Absolutely destroyed. And everyone else winning their duels means it's going to be right back to winning ways. Again, this team doesn't stay down for long. He's going to find an AWP. At the very least. We'll see if he can hold on to that. For this T side, there isn't necessarily out of control money. So, you do want to be a little bit cautious with the hunt, but you would like to take this op away. Laney misses his first shot, and that's going to probably keep him condensed. Op is actually recovered, so... Oh, and he dives to bomb. Okay. Well, that's one way to deal with them. Just avoid your problems and let what you plan to do all the heavy lifting. 9 found here. Heroic Academy into a timeout off the back of that win, which just felt really easy, winning duels all over the map, especially towards the outer yard. Not much to complain about in that last one. Always good to get some discussion rolling. See how you can close out this half. What's better than 9-10? Find it here. Again, they're so good at starting off, punishing the aggression. 3 players rolling through the ramp side. One more trade attempted. Marco, that's last man standing, looking to drop the bomb. He does just that. Puts it into a 1v2. Player that slid down the vent's going to go back up here. Go unsure of his surroundings right now. We'll see if he can steady himself. Playing around the stride of the smoke here. Gets sidelined instead, and Heroic Academy cruise through this first half with double digits now. What absolute destruction coming through here from this T side. Sending quite the message here that they come to play. Firepower upgrades, no matter what the case is. They have established some dominance in the server. It feels like just about everyone answering the call when necessary. I'll see how their CT side holds up after that. That just felt really impressive. The young Heroic Academy squad. Being able to beat down the opposition. Do so without any struggles, really. Again, other than a couple hiccups here and there. Offered up from individual efforts from Copenhagen Wolves. Now being able to get past most of the resistance right now. Scaling in towards this lower bomb site. There is a stack waiting them. Oh, they are so ready for this. And they completely break down this attack right now. Not a single casualty taken. And not looking to start anytime soon either. 1v5 here at hand for Jaquinho. He's going to get hunted right now by the dual Berettas. No ammo left, and he will be bested in the end. Heroic Academy looking to put this one on cruise control right now for a map 1 victory. 7-2. Force Blight is definitely going to come out now. Again, Heroic Academy calling in the pause right now, which is just really interesting to see here in such a position of power. But never taking any chances. Never rolling the dice on just letting it ride. With how successful they have been so far. I don't hate that idea because they have not let off the momentum at all. See what they can do here. Nice setup inside the ramp room, and whatever defense is being talked about. Looking good here. Have to whip out the dual Berettas though, and just missed shots coming through from the ramp side do create some chaos. There's quite a bit of damage done, but definitely up in the air at the moment. Recoverable here for the side of the Copenhagen Wolves. Plant the flag in this map and at least offer up some respect here. Walking in, backs turned. Not going to do him any favors. Extra kill on the low HP bar, hoping to catch him off guard. Not going to be the case. And recovery. Ramp now as well. Lost out on a lot of the space that they've gained here. Last player in heaven going to look just for a bomb plant now. Also in the digits, and smoke spam actually even going to deny that chance. With the auto shotting, the perfect tool to blow open holes in the smoke and find your target. That's what's going to put him on map point here. And do so with some speed. Could be now the final round here of our opening map over in a jiffy. Just try and run it back here with another ramp room rush. They're set up well. It is just an absolute meat grinder. Sidearm picked up. And it'll be a little bit delayed in the close, but not for long before it's shut down. Well handled from the side of Heroic Academy. Stacking up that ramp side. Absolutely dominating the competition right there, I gotta say. Very impressed with what they're able to bring to the table here early on. All that being said, you know, Copenhagen Wolves making some adjustments here, wanting to lock themselves an opportunity in that Swiss stage. Things looking a little bit rocky to start. They can bounce back. They're going to be heading into their map pick. That's going to be on Ancient. We'll see if they can get off to a little bit of a better start here after this short break. And we are back here, ready to hop into map number 2. Going to be on the map pick of Copenhagen Wolves here. See if they can bounce back in a big way. After a bit of a one-sided start there on map of Nuke, they got to answer back here ASAP. We'll see one-for-one action here as they make their move on in towards the A-bomb site. Flank already coming through, but they will be able to secure the bomb site at the very least. Now it's about trying to set your focus in on this lurking presence that you know is available. They're getting kind of caught in between the setup at the moment. As the flank comes through, flashbang looking decent here, but the Glock's too close range here. Need to find some follow-up headshot kid to it. Chiquinho keeps things in nice, clean fashion. Scrob, though, giving him a chance again in these challenging clutches. Trying to push this one across the line. Bomb way past half tick, though, now. No kid as well. Feeling a little bit impossible as he hunts these kills down at the last resort. Runs out of ammo in the dualies. Tries to get his knife out. Misses the swing. They could hunt each other. The P250 will come through with the finishing blow. The Copenhagen Wolves going to kick things off with an opening round here and get off to a much better start. Fast play towards the middle here. The back 10 catches up very quickly. Finds a big opening duel. Zone early for this round here. Now the lurk leaving Rico around here, ready to shut things down. And keeping this one nice and comfortable. Yeah, single casualty so far for the T's. They start to actually lose out elsewhere though. Create a little bit of cause for concern. Retake still in the picture right now. About closing the net. Stepping forward there. Too many targets on their screen. Smoke does go on top of the bomb, but feels like the deal's already done. Mac 10 to be maintained here at this point in time. A little bit of armor to back it up as well. But for the most part, safe and sound here in the hands of Copenhagen Wolves. So they will start off 0-2 in the lead. Again, just being able to establish themselves a little bit after what was a very one-sided first map. Being able to answer back here quite nice. Putting into the force buy attempts that they're bringing. And a very open B-bomb site to walk right into without any resistance. That's exactly how you want to get past this round here. Try and build up some economy for this T side. A good sign for them. Chiquinho to kick things off. And this ramp side safe. Another follow-up kill for him as well. We're finally toppling over. Timer's ticking up against the CT side to try and pull through with some sort of aggression to try and pull this retake off. They do have a big flank wrapping them up right now. Mac 10, not the best tool for the job. Does eventually seal up a kill. Looking to find some more damage, trying to build up some economy here. Every frag equals 600. And not able to answer the call. Just a deagle. And some armor that you want to keep on to here. Good flashbang tossed in. He's going to die to bomb? No, he's alive there on 2 HP. Just barely hanging in there. Armor's worth the save. He will be able to hold on to it. But it's Copenhagen Wolves answering back with some comfort right now. 3 in a row to kick off this map. Their map choice here. Get a map that I said we'd see a little bit more out of a player like Urko. Guy that can really bring in some opening duel success and some good opping right now. Trying to take the role there from Chiquinho. willing to sacrifice that, I'd have to imagine, to set up for this new firepower piece. Both sides got to bring it out here to open up the round. Yurko's up, able to strike first on the trade. Actually, answers back for 1-for-1. Bomb is going to be planted as well, and gonna start the timer against him here. Smoke spam answered back as well, so already onto the site, establishing a foothold. And this might even just cause for a quick call. Bail out and save here, and that's what they're doing. Got to get far away from that bomb. Copenhagen Wolves have done enough. They've laid the groundwork here. Gonna be able to move on by this round with minimal effort, it feels like. Just one single kill. Answer back through the smoke to deter that retake, and job done.
Terrorists win.
Looks like the CT side wants to take a little bit more control, though, of this round. Understandably so. Keep positioning here. Would be the trick for them to get back on track. See what this T side has in terms of breaking down this protocol here. Looking for a trade. Flashbang and utility comes a little bit late. Very delayed, but the answers do come through as well. Op shot rattles off. 3v3 to be found. On response here from these two squads. The outpost up. Missed shot from Scrobe, though. Fashion which his teammates cannot afford. Maybe they can here. They're still walking a bit into the stack at the moment. Two players on this B side of the map here. Trades don't end favorably. Just one player stuck at the back lines right now. Another kill coming through. 2K rolling out from the rifle. Being able to keep this site in safe hands. Looking for the last as well. The op gets involved. Missed shot, but that's where the rifle can step right back into play. Amber able to shut things down there and bring home a first round for the side of Heroic Academy. Two straight to the smoke from FNL. Good tracking right there to open it up and then following it up with some more success towards middle. They have completely shut down this round here. Heroic Academy back into the fire now. Smoke spam coming through around the smoke. Needs a bit of pressure. Remaining players here. Corner goes on cleared though, so even more comfort here. Looking to keep everyone alive. We'll bolster up that economy nicely, and they just keep swinging. Well, the fence is there to close this one out. Heroic Academy, 2 in a row right there. Back to back. timing out towards the middle. Deagle shot rattles off as well. And the clock finds another one. It becomes very complicated here quickly. It does remain in a 3v3, but with so much time left. This could get interesting here. They're on the site right now proper, but they don't have the bomb with them. Without that, not going to be able to get the most efficiency here. Catching a walk back in. It's aim punch that catches Jericho, though. There's a timing, though, for Tapeware to pick up a gun, ignore his problems from behind him. Has to let his teammate go and take some time to recover that bomb. So not going to make their life easy, but making it possible with such limited investment. Bomb is going to go in towards this A side. The op is covering, but one missed shot can send him packing. Instead, he's on the line, sharp as can be. I'm just going to be planted on the other side of the map here. Pretty much free of charge. Now a clutch opportunity to step up for Chiquinho. Flashbang is perfect, and too much resistance there running in. Some good trades to close it out. So for the Copenhagen Wolves, that is just about everything you can ask for in terms of what you were bringing to the table right there. You will take that any day of the week. Bomb planted, a couple of kills. Definitely worth their weight. Ooh, they collapse back on middle though. Scrob's up, able to post up, but the utility that never giving up right there from Copenhagen Wolves on that map control towards middle, turns it around. Caught me off guard with their timing to strike, but not catching Jerko off guard right there. Perfect protocols from Copenhagen Wolves. They lose the opening duel, but that resurgence comes back in a big way. Statement to be made right there. There's a nice trade to start things off here out towards that A bomb site though. I'm looking a little bit awkward. Chiquinho able to capitalize on that motion. And the chase down. Oh, Cheapware gets caught committed to the spam. HE to finish the job. Amber bested FNL in a clutch. And I think decision has already been made here. Looking like a fadeaway. FNL running in the opposite direction of this retake for the AWP before bouncing. Copenhagen Wolves gonna string together even more.
Terrorists win.
Got a bit of a tech pause here. Hopefully that gets resolved. We'll get back into the action here once again as Copenhagen Wolves looking to answer back to what tone was set here in the opening map. They come up to this series empty-handed right now, as we expected. Dino able to find a lot of success with the rifle, though. Be exciting. We've got a mouse being broken. Who do you think that was? Listen, every time I think of mouses being broken, I think of a little bit of slamming on the desk. But it can also be scroll wheels or something. But I did see, I think it was tapeware with a pretty tough whiff. I can't lie. Hope it wasn't him. I hope everything's okay. We are back though, so maybe just a slight break. And then we're back to the timeout. Tapeware is the only player yet to purchase here as well. So maybe it was his mouse that took a bit of a hit in the effort to take down Ambert. But all jokes aside, we're back into the action here. Got everything sorted, hopefully. We'll carry on here. This Battle of 2 maps so far, showing that how strong both these teams are in their map pick. This looks just so much better from Copenhagen Wolves on the opening affair. And a much different story in terms of what the op can bring to the table here. Scrob was walking into the angles coming through from Durko and being able to answer the call and win the head-to-heads. But obviously a different story here on a different map. Much more success coming through from the T-side opening duels. Or just opening duels in general. Watching that CT half, it just felt like Baroque Academy had full control. In this case, rounds taken with ease. They know the A side's clear. They're gonna walk into the B side stack on purpose. They've got a wrap right now. They spotted a player towards long. I mean, they just want to win this through elimination, it seems. And that is exactly what they will do. 2 kills to convert. And they'll lock that one down. Flying out towards middle though. Amber able to track a headshot around the smoke there. This time, every facet of this attack shut down early. We've seen some good protocols to get back into rounds after a bit of slow start towards middle, but we have not seen 5v2s collapse. Not something I expect to see this go around either. One more kill to be added to the tally. Jerko spotted out towards middle. There's not a lot of reason to save other than you don't want to give another op over to the CT side, but I think it's worth going for a few exits here. You can try and make that happen. No, instead missed op shot leads to his instant dismissal. They'll be able to establish 4 rounds here. There's a little bit more back and forth. Some of these rounds look so good from Heroic Academy when they collapse in effectively towards middle. Surprised they do take that risk again though, as it has been punished in a big way as well. Now A-side aggression coming through. Tough duel ahead, but he's able to whip it. Tapeware sidelined right there. Caught surprise. More resistance met there. Oh, continued aggression goes through the smoke and punished in a big way there. Jaquinho though, the op will shut him down. There's still man advantage maintained. On this defending side, the aggression never stops. Belaney, understandably surprised right there. Side of the head turned. Out of the round, it's just going to be, Kirk goes up. Left standing. Walking into the line here. See how this half ends. Got bombed down in towards the middle of Red Room right now, and seems like they know exactly where this player's coming from. Op cannot physically handle all of these players left, and he will be challenged and bested very quickly. Able to answer back with a couple of rounds in a row right there for Heroic Academy, putting it on to 5. Second half we go. See what moves can be made. Heroic Academy bringing in a great T side for Nuke there that inspires a little bit of confidence, but the challenge is definitely going to be faced on their opponent's map pick. A little bit more comfort being shown, some much better protocols. Individuals showing up here now for Copenhagen Wolves. Exactly what you hope to see now. There's a quick headshot from Scrub, looking to give him off to a good start. Dino sidelined. Got some good setup though. B-side established with everyone on this defense right now. As they do establish that opening pick, Walking into the stack would do them no favors unless they could just pick that stack apart. Another headshot rolling out right there. It's just brutal. Now entering into the site, they will walk into the stack. 2 quick kills roll out, but that's where they topple over. Jerko's USP keeps it in safe hands. Now a 1v2 at hand. Trying to catch some timings. Both players now revealed. He's looking for the isolation. He'll find it. Quick headshot onto Blaney. Now 1v1. 30 seconds left to try and operate. Catches him running in towards cave. Huge information gained right there. Raid boss set up, the headshot coming through in the 1v2 complete. Heroic Academy. They set themselves up well. They walk into the gamble stack right there from Copenhagen Wolves, and they still come out on top there thanks to the heroics. Stomp. Decent damage being done right there. If we're taking down a little bit low. Kind of walk into this stack once again, this time with just USPs though. And the USP's taking some initiative, but walking into the meat grinder there, that Galil, perfect tool for the job. Shut down rushing players. Big time opening right there, but Jerko pushes past the smoke. They don't anticipate that. Last ditch effort straight in towards the B bomb site. Ooh, caught with utility out. It's not something you want to be. Not right now. And everyone having their util out, swinging together finally, but the auto shotty provides protection. Somehow Scrub has gotten in the backlines. That's not to be anticipated. Does get somewhat checked there. Presence of mind good here, but Scrub picking through the pieces. A couple of quick kills make things interesting here. No utility on this T side though. And will be found out by Jerko eventually. Not going to make the heroics happen this time around in the clutch, but gives it a good go. Copenhagen Wolves going to regain their lead here on the first gun round. Timeout going to be answered back there. They're going to try and keep the ball moving. Line up there is perfect though. Matios knocks down 2. We'll be able to bring in a wave of comfort here for the squad. Op shot doesn't connect either. There's some problems starting to arise there. FNL is able to open up a new path, but they're just walking so wounded right now. They're getting boxed up by Jerko moving past the smoke. That op shot will connect though. And we'll see what they can do. 43 seconds left. Not a lot of motion here in the map. Hitting a standstill. Questioning if they want to even make a massive attempt for this one. At this point in time. And into the site they go here. Scale smoke to go in, trying to get some smoke spam running. Bomb will be planted, and F and L again does it. Able to avoid the molly. And op shot rattles off to seal the deal. They somehow pull that round back.
I can't believe it. How do they turn the tides? Completely ripped that round away. A timeout much needed for sure. Desperately needed for the side of Copenhagen Wolves to let that one slip. They had such a massive advantage there. Now it's just full USPs and Heroic. Claim a lead here. Here for a sweep, a little bit awkward on the inbound, but that's where help comes involved. So we'll be able to mop up those ecos here quickly. Nice idea with the USP collapse, but anything past that point, not going to happen. Heroic Academy finally establishing themselves a lead here. An Ancient. The first time late into the map. Doing so with that clutch factor, with some good moves late into the round. Being able to avoid the smoke usage as the molly airburst right in front of them. The luxury, that is. Going to help out with the mid collapse that is granted, is given over. Nice opening pick right there from Chiquinho. To be able to establish a foothold, he just get traded back. Going for spam on the fadeaway. A little bit awkward. Managed to escape here for now. Putting the weight on his shoulders right now. A good sign. Needing Jerko to get more and more involved here in the CT side. Even when it's tricky, even when there's not a lot of moves to be made. And there's another one. They're dual establishing. In better position now for the squad on the defense. Opening up this A-bomb site, though, is just so interesting. Last time they played out their advantage setups a little bit too passive. Gave over a bomb plant. Gave over opportunities to look back into these rounds here. They don't want to make that same mistake again. Hoping they can avoid that. 20 seconds left. I know there's only a one-way street. The op shot will connect and drop the bomb. That'll be exactly what they needed. Right there to close the round out. Tie things back up.
Counter-terrorists win.
Timeouts calls running out for both these squads at the moment. One remaining for each team, as you can see. Could make this game, as things get later and later, even more chaotic. What they can do here. Giving over this mid control right now for Copenhagen Wolves. Did it last round and it worked out well. Been able to win through the op. A great round from Jerko. Smoke gonna fade over there. They force out tape wear. Tries to get a kill on the fadeaway. Don't want to stick around for too long. Find out what's around that corner. While he avoids him off. Control slowly being seeped done in for this T side. There you go. Close range opping coming through there on the re-aggression. And a collapse coming through. Scrub does miss his AWP. And that allows for a 1-for-1. Heavy hitter here. This Heroic Academy squad sidelined as well. Sacrifice of Jaquinho, I think a trade you'll take any day of the week, knowing Scrub is the one that is activating for his squad. 25 seconds left. I mean, finally showing their hand. They're going to have to walk into a trio on this setup. And it's a good one at that. Tape warehouse a clear go. Favorable for him. I don't know if there's enough time left to even try this round here. They're into the site. They will actually be able to chase down a kill. And the lurk coming through from Amber just at the right time. Spotting out the last as well. Bomb is planted. Somehow they manage to make it happen. Just when I count them out completely. Just when I think there's no chance. They just make it look so comfortable. FNL to close with the rifle as well. Pure composure with 8 seconds left. You can understand my hesitance, but I don't think it was ever in question for Heroic Academy. They knew what they had going for them. There's an opening. I'm sidelined as well. Incredibly comfortable. Take 11. They're not going to be able to find anything either. Could be flawless here for Heroic just when they need a round like that.
Terrorists win.
The chase down towards middle. We get that T side activated again. No, this time that with some resistance from Copenhagen Wolves. They've been losing out on middle control a little bit too often. I think it's a good adjustment for them to stack their numbers in that direction. And given a big reward for their troubles. Who give it back, though, is the question. Who's going to get it back? The CT side. A noisy drop-off. Boosted perch. Trying to thread some timing in right there. They spot out a lot of players on the B side. They don't get any kills for it, and they take a lot of damage from the Opper. At least it's a good information as to where the resistance is. And Amber, we threaded the needle perfectly in that last round. Just looking to do it again. Not going to help, though, and losing out on teammates. That's going to set up for even more distraction tape, where this time able to track his aim. And this, looking like the ticket back in for Copenhagen Wolves. Good setup here. Back them up. Looking to be saved here. Connection's not coming through. Trying to fake the reload out, and they wait until after time to eliminate him. That is brutal stuff. As I said, that timeout expiring now. Both teams running out of those. As a luxury towards the late game. To make it easy. Good reaction from Copenhagen Wolves, though, as they figure out solutions for the mid-fight that's been thrown at them. That this team is going through a pretty big adjustment period with minimal time to react, to adjust. Chiquinho off the op, bringing in a new player to op here, changing up Chiquinho's roles to fit the mold. All that could be tricky. And rolling out there for both sides. B side coming out worse for wear, though. They try and set themselves up into the B side. Big opening pick right there. Multi-cave setup. They try and establish some foothold here. Trades available. Blaney dropped. Up, trying a desperate move to save this round, but tagged down. Is going to be forced off the line. And that will be that. That'll be the 12th here for Heroic Academy. A comeback in the second. But their T-sides today have shown that the work with this roster is paying off.
Terrorists win.
See who closes this thing out. Perfect. Continues to play on Heroic Academy, looking for the finishing blow. Up against an MP9 and 4 rifles. They take Dorko off the up. for a bit of a mid collapse as the smoke fades away. Walking through the smoke could be an ultimate risk, though. Underneath it, a little bit awkward, but somehow evades the shots. 22 HP, barely kicking, but the kills continue to flow. Covered by his teammate up above. And now a 4v2 to save them here. The right players for the job. Two big pieces of the puzzle as the op is posted. Flashbang goes in, it's avoided, and the connection is there from Scrob. Not going to miss here, at least on the first go of things. Puts it into a 1v4. Belaney now revealed with the timer ticking up against him and no kit. Heroic Academy looking to put this one to rest in 2. And the flank to seal it all up. Belaney none the wiser. They want to end it in style here. He'll eventually pull the trigger, knowing that that is the last kill remaining. Wanted to end it with a little bit of style points, but we'll do so with the rifle. And Heroic Academy pull things back together to sweep the series 2-0. Looking phenomenal, looking exciting here. Scrob with some clutches that make me believe that, hey, this isn't just a prospect on the Academy squad that's going to look to build up this Academy team. There is room to grow in the future. So Heroic Academy squad going to be into the Swiss stage as well with that victory. So excitement for them. Good news for Copenhagen Wolves as they get knocked down in towards that lower bracket matchup. They're not out just yet. They will be given another chance here a little bit later down the line. So not completely over for their run. Just a little bit more tricky now as they have to enter into some more competition. But for the Heroic Academy squad, they will be able to enter into some exciting periods now as they make it to a Swiss stage and are able to establish themselves. I think a good look for this Academy team as well as they look to, again, establish their future with the roster changes in the main team. Could make things interesting, could motivate this young team. But with that being said, that is a 2-0. That's all we have for my first series. We have one more series to close off the day, though. That's going to be going on with a little bit of a break. I believe we're going to be tossing this one off for about an hour or so. And when we come back, we'll be ready to break down that final match of the day, guys. Stay with us. We'll be back soon.
Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now? How do I hear your voice anymore?
And hello, everybody. Welcome on back here to some more action at CCT. We are here with our final matchup of the day, looking to close it out in an exciting way here. It should be a fun finish between Leo and Rush B to determine who's going to be the last team coming on through the side of the bracket there. I think Group D is where we're at the moment for the winners match. Winner gets promoted into the Swiss stage. Loser goes on to play on and try and fight another day. Obviously, a lot on the line in terms of trying to lock themselves in a position in the play-ins for the Swiss stage. So pretty exciting stuff here in between these two teams. Rush B taking on Leo for a little bit of opportunity, trying to make it into the Swiss stage. We'll take a look at what these rosters have. We can go ahead and start off, though, with Rush B. I guess we can take a look at what they're bringing to the table here. For me, exciting opportunity for this squad. I think a team that has a lot to give right now in terms of what they have been able to show throughout this year, but are they going to be able to prove it here in this matchup up against a pretty tough Leo squad? I think a lot of younger firepower on this roster that can really be trusted at the moment. For me, definitely standout player right now is Texty, who is looking to show what he's made of here. Got some incredible trade potential when it comes to what he's being brought to the table here. 18 years old, I think can really do a lot for this Rush B squad throughout this matchup here. So high expectations for what he's going to bring to the table. Looking forward to seeing him in the server and seeing if he can be a huge difference maker in the late rounds, being able to kind of activate as more of a slower player. But we'll take a look at who else is getting involved here on this side of the squad. And I do feel like, alongside him, you can have high expectations for Zenny. I think there's a really good 1-2 punch out of those two players here in between Texty and Zenny. Those players on the right, they can do a lot of damage. I think, have been able to carry forward some of the wins here for this Rush B team. And the last couple of series that they have played here, not only in CCT, but on a 4-match win streak at the moment in all best of threes, and some of them versus some very good teams. Zero Tenacity with their new look roster, a series victory over them, Preezy, Incilio, and then Sky Fury are the wins that they have here. Before that, able to take down a team of Eternal Fire's caliber. Obviously not the Aurora squad that's been doing so much damage, but over there and advanced right now, being able to take down that squad there, which is very impressive. I have high expectations for this squad and on a bit of a hot streak at the moment. We'll go ahead and take a look at their counterparts, though, in Leo, see what they're bringing to the table at the moment. And again, this is a team that is on the bit of the younger side, have a lot of potential here to show what they're made of. I think a Ukrainian squad that has just a lot of potential, a lot of firepower, definitely in a good spot to find themselves in the winners matchup here. But there's going to be challenges ahead. I think when you talk about some of the impressive victories, still think they're looking for those. They played each other in the last series, in the last closed qualifier, and Leo actually took a loss to this Rush B squad. So this is kind of a opportunity at a revenge matchup for me. I think that's what Leo's hoping to come into this with and show up here in a big way, is to try and answer back from the last time that these two teams played up against each other. I think one unique for me going to be the big heavy hitter of this squad, though, in terms of what he does, a lot more aggressive. So he's having that impact in that department here. Still a little bit on the younger side, but 22, so entering into a bit more experience there as a player, and expecting him to show up here in a big way as an aggressive rifler, trying to answer the call for this squad with a lot of setup that's trusted behind him. But we'll take a look at the vetoes. I kind of mentioned not too long ago that these are two teams that have played each other in recent history. Just one series ago in the closed qualifier, Leo took a loss there in that department. We'll take a look at the veto this time around. It's going to be the similar maps here. Ancient going to be picked out by Rush B once again, which is what they picked last time and actually lost. Train was then the pick of Leo. They actually elect against it this time and go for an Anubis instead as a slight adjustment in the veto. and then we'll see a Inferno decider, which again, last time Rush B closed out the series, it was a Mirage decider instead. So a bit of a difference here in terms of the veto that we're seeing in between these two teams. I think if you're on the side of Leo, you definitely want to see that. You want to see some adjustments in the map. It was a close map opponent pick win that you were able to get last time around, and then you ended up losing the following two maps pretty one-sided. So I think this is a necessary adjustment to head into the veto with for the side of Leo, and definitely looking forward to seeing if they can show up in this matchup and bring an even better result than the last time, or if it's going to be more of the same from Rush B, if they're going to try and assert their dominance in this series over their opposition. So again, win, and that's your ticket on into the play-ins for the Swiss stage, which is a position every team wants to find themselves in right now. In this closed qualifier, you unlock yourself an opportunity in the play-ins. That'll give your best shot at finding your way into the Swiss stage and being able to determine or not if you're into the action, where the better teams start to get involved. Loss here means that you'll have to play a little bit further down in the group stage of play and still try and fight forward. So high expectations here for this matchup. A lot on the line, not all on the line though. So I think this might take a little bit of pressure off of a young team like Leo's squad of things. So should be an exciting one. Again, this is our second or third rather series so far in Europe, where teams are looking to be established, where teams are looking to gain in the VRS. We have good news that we only are waiting on one player, and I believe we do have a head-to-head graphic that we can take a look at. Kind of highlighted a little bit of my expectations in terms of the difference in between these two players. I just briefly mentioned it, but on one side of the server, I think we see one unique player who is a lot more aggressive than I would say Texty is in terms of the opening duel attempts and in terms of the opening frags that is provided for his team, whereas Texty maybe still on the extremity, he still goes for these opening duels. I think just a little bit more measured with a little bit more setup off the back of some teammates, a little more of a passive, or I wouldn't say passive, but more so of a extremity player and looking to provide impact in that department, whereas I think one unique going to be more in the face of the opposition, getting set up by his teammates. So it'll make for an interesting head-to-head here between these two key players that I think can, really excite, because these are two players that are looking to kind of be the win condition for their squad. They know that they have that capability. They know that when they're hot, it's going to be good for their squad. So we'll see what they can bring to the table. We are ready, I believe, to hop on into the action, though. So we should be able to kick this series off and roll into map number one. Going to be played out on Ancient. We'll see how things shape up here for these two teams. Leo starting on that CT side. East side of Rush B. Being brought to the table there. And it's a fake being thrown out towards the B side. Full execution utility. Ideally, you want to be able to back up this hold up with some kills. If not, it's going to be pretty easily read in on. And the dual Berettas and the rotates haven't even started yet. So there's a huge shutdown for Rush B's Rush A attack. Off the back of the flake, or the fake, I should say. Now they're flaking on the A attack and trying to readjust their setup here, as they haven't been able to get any groundwork on either side of the map here. It's going to be a tricky recovery process for this squad as to what they do next. See what sort of ideas they can bring to the table here. Going all in, straight in through Red Room. Space given over, but kills looking comfortable. And not a lot to be said about last player alive here on 1v5. To be handled with ease. One kill in, but that's about it before getting shut down. Knocked out clean there, Leo. Got to kick things off well on the CT side. Rushing into the B site. Go down as soon as they get up the ramp, though. That'll be a very quick and dominant hold for the defense, not losing any names or numbers there before they set themselves on. And into the B site here, up against a bit of a half buy. A lot being gained right there. Sidelined as well. The site hold didn't initially show up, but able to recover fairly quickly. Make things a bit more interesting here in a 2v3. Post plant. Deactivated now. What can come of this closing statement? Time ticket against this defense to try and recover. Still very slow to activate for one Unique. Trying to thread in some good timings and will be able to find it. Catches a player jumping. Trying to get more involved there. Now it's boxed in. Dexty last alive there. But the patience from one Unique paying dividends for Leo in a successful retake that looked like it was going to be very challenging. Fast out towards middle. Quick opening duel. Good to shift things up a little bit. If you're that T side trying to play off your advantages, but now have more time to try and reroute here. Getting caught on the edge of the smoke though with a deagle. Trying to find a new wave on into this round. And, oh, full ammo spam down range, sidearm whipped out. Another headshot connected down to low HP as any. And just a Tech 9 left here to be toppled over. He'll do so with the quickness. No big deal. There's quite the statement for an opening. Quick first kill there. Activate. CT side. Being able to dominate in that department, and most importantly, yet to fall. Smart 2K. They continue to hold on to this advantage here with less players. Only one committed to that site defense, everyone else kind of falling back. Again, it's going to have to be another retake setup at the moment. There's a big headshot there. Make things a little bit more comforting. Being able to enter in to this retake, though, is looking good. Martha still yet to fall. Started off this round and needs to finish it. Finally going to go down as Rush B get on the board. Fitting that he's the final piece that they have to answer to. They want to win a round, and they finally do. They get on the board. Waiting around in the middle here. The smoke gonna fade away. They're just walking through it. That's such a bold call to make. As smoke goes in, committed in the cubby right now is one unique. He's still silent about his approach. Gets a flashbang from his teammates, and it blinds up everyone. They shatter this contact approach here, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. The end of the world here. Definitely manageable. A bit of an awkward timing right there. Zinni going to capitalize on. Texi's deep in towards the A side. He's calling his teammates on over, and there's a long road to recovery here if you're on the side of Leo, and it won't start. Not with that death. I think that's going to be the call to hold on to your weaponry here at this point.
Terrorists win.
They get down in towards the ramp side of things. Here could be an interesting bit of aggression. Oh my god, it is shut down though in a big way. That will not pass. No chance to break through the defensive measures on that B side, but timing looking pretty rough for the Opera here. Ooh, steps up with some good motion. But struggling to find anything with his AWP and his teammates being flanked here. Might doom this round fairly quickly. Eventually pulls the trigger on one and finds the second right there. Beautifully handled there. With the patience on display. Takes his time to strike and finds his moment. Are the op going to be attempted to be kept onto? That might be a challenge here. Getting wrapped up. Timing of a back turned here. Lock is out. Maybe a knife kill. And the left click into the right click right there to seal it on up. Backstab coming on through right there for icing on the cake of a Rush B response in this matchup. Smoke out here and towards the B side. And Flashbang's looking good to punish this cave aggression. Flashbang's on the B side as well, looking pretty decent. Still a strong defense ready to go. Martha does fall over. One unique coming through as well. And they get stalled out for long enough for help to arrive. Rush B shut down in the inbound of that play. Maybe Executor looking for damage at this point in time. Time's running out, but bomb is recovered. When Unique goes on the aggro, he gets punished. Now he has open airways in towards this A side. He's going to take the long way around, though. And that might do him just a little too slow. Yeah, he's going the long way around here. No time to clear anything out. Does spot a CT, but he doesn't have time to kill him and survive. He's got to find this one through kills alone. And almost does it. Almost finds the last one. He nearly takes down the last player alive for the win. He just escapes around the corner in time. That's an excellent closer to the round. Executor, look at this timing. 2 seconds left, and he even does damage to the last player standing, but not enough to change the tides. Just barely surviving that one. Do got a quick tech pause here. Should be all good though. Here fairly soon. To get everything situated. Get back into the actions. There we are. Get back into it. Attack coming through. Lots of utility. Dispensed early to try and shut off this mid held. And finally ready to spring into action here on this T side. Enough done to kind of scare off the aggression. Taking a much slower approach here on the rush B camp this time around. Tried for a quicker B play last round, didn't quite go their way, so makes a little bit of sense. You see a player coming in, containing this space in towards the red room, but playing a very passive line right now could be a bit risky. It opens up avenues towards the B side. They're so loud about this, though. Approach should at least be heard. One unique has to play a contained game. He gets bested. Re-aggression rolls out. It's a good double up coming through from Leo. Call upon the pressure that's applied here. Molly does flush him out of position, but the mid flank formulates here, and it's the MP9 that shuts things down on both sides of the map right there. The flank coming through from A, and the follow-up down B ramp. Enough to secure things here for Leo. They continue their effort with another buy here. Money's still yet to be toppled, which shows the resiliency of the rounds that they're winning. At Leo, set the game plan clear. It's to retake this A-bomb site instead of holding off against it. I'm going to be planted. Oh, the timing on that spam is incredible. Walks right into the crosshair, and this retake setup probably never going to lift off at this point. Might be for the best to just bail out on this round, call it a day.
Terrorists win.
Play here with the AK and a mid win as well. Trying to do the heavy lifting with the rifles that they do have left. I like the vision And it wins them an early mid-fight, gives them a 4v5. Gonna look to set the tone for how they want to play this round out. That gun recovered as well for one unique. Rush down ramp here with an AK to back it up. They'll continue to trade things out positively. One unique who picked up the rifle. Let him slide by in towards the red room. Playing a dangerous game of timing here as the re-aggression rolls through. Nice headshot landed there, but it is going to be a charge on in to the USP. Finds one ducking underneath the crosshair right there is further damage. And they're going to run it back towards the A side right now where one unique is available. They might think this is a little more safe than it was. They spotted out some contact early. But inside of Donut already is a quick kill. The bomb will go down. Committed plant. XT now into a clutch. This is what they have him around for, to win rounds like this. Switches his gun hand right there and tries to post up, but is caught with little HP left. Can't make it happen there. Gets shut out. And Leo win off the back of 2 AKs saved.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Flying out towards the middle here, blowing open the smoke though. Offers up enough sight. Trades continuing here onto the B side here, trying to set up some supportive flashes. Still a defender on the scene. Flashbang does go well. Kill off the back of it. And the trades remain positive for the defense here. Continue to assert their dominance in this setup. Actually into another challenging clutch. This time a 1v3. This time with a little bit more health, but without the bomb. That's where his challenge is going to be faced. I just posted up on the B site. Camped on top of it is a bunch of defenders ready to lock it down. Coverage of cave completely. Oh, they're just going to all group up and try and challenge him. That'd be the worst possible outcome either way. One unique catches him with his side turned. And it's going to be the one to put this one to rest. Leo, a very, very strong half there, all things considered. Their economy was shattered a couple of times. They still managed to overcome that adversity and maintain a healthy advantage here heading into the second half. second half pistol here. It's a nice start from the defense. Would offer up a couple of kills. Texty showing up here on the pistol with a nice 4K. Looking for the ace here. He does get dinked down. Definitely don't want to have him activate in the second here if you're on the side of Leo. That just might be the reality here. Headshot through the wall. Wall bang rolling out to that can't hurt. Just a little bit of attempt in that department. Ends up landing for some damage there. And Zinni going to be the one to capitalize on the early start that was given for the closing statement. Trying to get a force spy going with attacks. A lot of damage done. A-side will kind of be confirmed. This will be a retake attempt. The bomb is going down just about before this T-side gets established. Now trying to plant their feet here. Going to continue their aggression in towards Temple. This was anticipated and waited for. Flashbang goes in perfectly. Dealt with. Executor off the back of some utility. Sends one more packet. Smoke on top of the bomb. Close range. It's pistols. Getting torn through. Good idea on the smoke spam right there, but it's getting body blocked. Knife is out now as the bomb gets diffused. We'll be able to hold on to the armor. The P250. That's no concern here. Won't be able to hold on to the round though. Rush B. Answer back. You see an AK in play here. Might try and keep up the force buys, or at least try and keep up the pressure with some sort of investment. There's that AK showing. There's a player behind the pillar, unanticipated. AK trying to lead the pack there on the inbound. Just gets nothing going for itself though. And the 5v2. Rush B to bring it on home. For their time, one unique hoping for some sort of damage to be done, but sidelined with the wall bang. Rush B coasting. throughout this half so far to try and tie things up. We will see their first gun round to play up against, but have been able to make quite the name for themselves so far. Now this first gun round, we'll see how this one goes. Trying to fight to establish some mid control here for both camps. The CT side tossing in some deep utility towards Shelf. Baiting out that first point of contact, though, ends up becoming a very challenging fight at hand. The AK spray down, looking for some big impact there. But left limited to a single frag. Not a lot of damage behind this. Once again, Leo looking to take charge here when they get the guns back out. Job not necessarily finished. They know where the last player is in Zenny. So yeah, he's going to try and float to the other side of the map. Bomb is being transferred over. Flying out through middle, Zenny gets a FAMAS burst. His teammate with bomb kind of stuck in purgatory right now, bouncing in between these two sight lines. 25 on the clock. He just about escapes around the corner. That tap was not all that far off. Maybe just a second late. I'm going down. They'll see a lot of initiative on this retake attempt, but when no kills are granted over to him, I think that's going to be his decision. Just looking to pick it up a little bit. Tries to go into the site just to get knocked back down. And there you have it. Regaining mid control here. Attempted for the defense. By a pretty early 1-for-1 and a big slowdown in the uptick of this aggression. You're looking to take time to reconsider. Four v 4 here is a time picking against this. T side slowly but surely still having Texty out towards middle is going to do a lot for you. Bomb has hit the floor, but an entrance in towards A. Other towards the B site being established. Another kill here, baiting out Pyro to rotate, understandably so. He just lost his teammates on the other side of the map, but success all over the map here for Leo in the 4v4 means they get a back turned as their parting gift to rush B. Add on to that gift here that they've got themselves a pretty much full eco here with a lot of pistol upgrades in the mix. You got yourself great opportunity. And they're starting to hit shots right now on the side of Leo that are scary. Peek out towards red room, instantly punished. Okay, will be recovered though. This defensive. While it is scary, it's looking pretty well handled at the moment. It's T side losing out on some numbers here quickly. Molly to back it up. Make things interesting here. Bomb plant committed, but no escape available. Trying to jump away, but whipped by some damage. Bomb being stuck right now, and Spam not connecting here. Full 10-second defuse as the kills do eventually come through. The round's still going to be won. In the end, in a headshot to close things off. What a robbery coming through for Rush B when they needed it the most. Things spiraling here on the opening map. Being able to take a round like that away is fantastic work. Little peek see-through cave. East side trying to establish itself in this position, but the defense wants to fight it back here, and a perfect flashbang queued up. Absolutely dropping Leo off the back of that utility. Phenomenal work here. They follow up that aggression with emphasis. The coordination. One unique will be able to offer up one kill back. And the op blinded up here. One unique hunting his counterpart right now. And he will win it. Extra drop right there. Some extra economic damage. It can't hurt here, but losing your op is really not something you can afford. That's the reality that is faced here in this one. Tough exit for Leo. As Rush B, I think, showing us one of the best defensive rounds they've been able to bring to the table so far. I gotta hold up against the minimal investment to try and tie things up. Level out the score. All time molly going to be ignored. It's just a CT molly. You don't have to respect those. What you do need to respect is the AWP around the corner. That will do a whole lot more damage. And it sure does. Eagle shot rolls off, though, to answer the ops problems and try to push past the smoke into a lot more resistance. Not going to be an easy target. They'll have control of bomb in the back of Donut, but losing control on the round at this point in time. Just one player left standing. Now spotted. Looking for anything extra. Can he find a kill? No, not quite. Rush B charging down. Last kill. Find themselves on double digits. Another gun round here, smoke spam. Rattling off in an attempt to do some damage here. See what the CT side leans on and try and close out this map, or if we can see a bounce back effort come through here from this T side of Leo. The challenges of going up against this defense here, being much more stabilized, being very active and in your face in some of the rounds and slowing things down at other times. This time, though, the activity gets punished. A couple of opening picks going the way. And the answer back by some smoke spam from Zinni, but it's just going to queue up the continued aggression. And into the site they go. 3 bomb plants. Effort in the clutch, not going to last long on 19 HP. Smoke spam to seal it on up. Comes around with a lot on the line here. Timeout taken to start it off. So much damage taken here. On the defensive early on. Double up on the A aggression for the CT side. So whatever you do, it doesn't involve going and keeping this A side contained. It's going to have to be a quicker pace. Question is, will this setup on towards A main ever activate? Remain patient right now. So does default around this side of the map as well. And there's the aggression. Execute. Executor rather gets punished. or his play. Running out a player defaulting that deep, though. It does look like it's queuing up an extra rotate, and you'll never expect one in towards A main. You just handled the first kill. They're starting to show their cards here. Still have a bit of a problem. A main still maintained. There's a lot of defensive players close by. Now, finally showing their hand. Where do they fight next? Will be a retreat out of CT spawn, and flying forward is Texty. He has a flashbang. He's trying to make it useful right now, but a molly instead goes in towards the back of site, forces it out of default, and Donut is still smoked off. They're still not able to help out, but they don't need help here. Kilo able to keep it contained. And it will be Zinni off on a save. They will find their way to 12, and they'll do it in the ultimate fashion.
Terrorists win.
One saved A1S, but behind it, there's going to be a lot to be desired. An opening door here. The CT side getting mollied out right now, forcing activity. Forcing pressure on the defense. Making them shake a little bit here at the moment. And the flashbang is fantastic, but there's still casualties taken. Now a 3v4. Try and recover this one. Can they make do? In a moment like this, they're gambling towards middle and towards A. And that's just not the right call for Rush B. Sacrificing their space on the B side. It's an open walkthrough. Bio knows. When Unique can't believe the space that he's granted. It's going to come down to a game of time for Kiro. Smoke goes in deep. One Unique threads in a kill that is likely just a nail in the coffin. Computer jumping up to his instant death here, and Texty with nothing he can say about this one here. Nice 1D, yes. Don't get me wrong, but this one is done and dusted. Closed out with some confidence here in style. Texty remaining here to try and find some shots to answer the call, but it's all just consolation prizes. He's going for style points here. It is sick shooting from Texty, not to matter in the grand scheme of things here, as Rush B fall flat here up against Leo in the opening map once again. Last time they were in this position, they were able to pull off the reverse sweep. This time, will they be able to do the same, or will we see a huge difference in the way that Leo play out these following maps here, if required? But we'll see. We'll have to wait and see after this short break. We'll be right back, guys. Stay with us. We'll come through to map number 2. I'm going to hop into map number 2 here. Going to be played out on Anubis. We'll see who can move on forward here. Whether that be Leo trying to sweep up this series or Rush B answering back here. We got, I believe, one set of dualies here. Close by is the USP. And it is another retake setup on the pistol round for the defensive of Leo. Realize that there's nobody lurking on this round. Distract them, but this is just such a firm foothold for Rush B to play in the post. Full armor for everyone on Rush B. Again, they don't live up to their namesake. They rush A instead. Flashbang to try and queue up the retake effort. Dualies actually do rattle off quickly, but there is a lot of resistance ready to go. Full focus in on the site. And now Hero able to activate on a flank here while Kingo still dancing around the pillar. Able to whip out the knife, trying to close things out. Won't be able to get the knife kill as the kills continue to rattle off, but will be able to win the round at the end of the day. That's what matters most there. back into it here. Rush B off to a phenomenal start so far. Up 0-4. Showing any signs of slowing down either. So finally getting pressed on here a little bit on the extremity aggression. There's an opening duel to be won. Good kickoff here. Let's see how the reaction is. Jumping out and towards this site. Being scared off a little bit by the CT side, but there you go. Big pickup found. Man advantage ripped back open. And spotting out the re-aggression going through middle. Phenomenal work here from the setup from Rush B. Looking very well prepared for this map. As is necessary to answer back in this matchup. They've got them tuck and tail and bailing in this retake. Well, it looks like we're ready to get back into the action here once again. Apologies for the delay, but should be good to go now. I'll hop into round number 6 again. Rush B, eager to get back into this one. And starting to show strides that they can do just that. Being able to bring us some examples of what they missed out on in closing opportunities on Ancient are now showing up here in big ways on Anubis. Their default holding together like glue, their map control that they're able to establish has been very impressive. I think it's challenging. There's another opening pick right there. Had those in a big way, but this is one of the players that's been able to answer back. Marth 2K. Rat able to spray things down over towards the middle side of things and completely level out the playing field here, which is that advantage into his favor quickly. They're going to continue to challenge him at this point. Feels like it could be the ultimate test, and he passes it. Another pick. Manages to evade the crosshairs of the AWP as well. Giving that a duel. And this round was back at this point in time. All 4 kills so far in the round to win it. Looking to make it 5. That op shot rattles off. Hunt will continue, but not for too long. You want to press the luck. Just take the wins in stride. Board now is Leo. Back with the pause. We're able to figure out their way around. Able to open it up here. Giving him 5 kills in a row for his team. Needed 4 in the last go round. To seal it on up and bring some favor. And this time he's able to provide the first pick. Some good utility damage as well. Add on to it this op on a very tricky line at times, but walking right into the crosshairs, the AWP executor, scaling, and the smoke drops, it blooms in time. This will feel like a bit of a non-starter, and they are going to slink away into safety.
Counter-terrorists win.
saves that they do maintain, looking to stop the swelling here from Leo. The answer back that they've been able to provide with a couple of rounds in a row now. You know, like they put the pressure back on Rush B. Flashbang goes a little bit awkward though towards the E-box side of things. He's not too interested in fighting forward though. There's an op that strikes first. AWP opens up the round. And the A main aggression that's following up off the back of the retreat. This T side is looking a bit brutal on the timing. Just when they needed to pull through with some control. Texty provides a big pick right there. On to his team that, hey, at least we know they know. Cairo able to hold off with his op. Only a single defender left. Playing forward facing. Here's that flank coming through. Able to attract more presence. While the player on the B site ready to strike here. 10 seconds left. Trying to figure out a way to plant the bomb. Numbers punched in, but they don't last too long. As recovery going to be made for Leo. They will find their way through that round, through the difficulties. And on to a third in a row. Rush B need a response. The 3 rounds strung together. And that's one good way to do it. Aggression's starting to work out here as of late. XT. Answer back as well as Kilo, but flank continues to come through there. Texty deep in coverage. And the op trying to re-aggress there towards middle. It's sidelined as well, so very good hold there from the side of Rush B. Their default going back to the basics. Get the job done. Diving into the canals right now. Smoke down, you know what's coming. East side, no secrets about where they're positioned at the moment. See if they can get away with it. AWP in play. Aggression rolling out towards B main. Be handled, though. There is a gap in the defense now, being exploited perfectly. Threading the needle through E-Box. A little bit awkward, though, on the inbound. Managed to pull a couple of kills back there. Smoke hits. One more aggression attempt, but shut down here. And this time, Leo, despite having that small gap in the defense, gets filled up quickly. Cairo, with his AWP on the other side of the map, able to connect, but doesn't feel like that'll be too long lasting.
Counter-terrorists win.
I look back on top there. Leo bringing in a good defense. The AWP. Malchus able to a couple of duels. Successful. Another kill from Malchus. 3 locked in. 1 Deeg to answer back his op shots. Maybe make things interesting. Rotate coming through Temple. 1 Unique, though, looking sharp and hunting Executor. That Deagle won't be able to pop anything else off. 1 Unique, gonna run him down. Leo gonna move their way up to 5 now. Comes this aggression again for the CT side that's necessary. Pushing down towards B. Leo taking some initiative here. Being covered from middle, though. And anticipated. At mid-control, 1 player in charge of making sure that they don't have the map in the palm of their hands. XT, that guy. Going in towards Temple. Aggression towards middle. That's good spam. Unique on the line. Is there any utility to stop this aggression? No, it's just an op. Trying to hold him off. Misses the follow-up shot. Can't afford that. Gonna fall. The flank covered. This is exactly what they wanted to try and end this half off with. 1 Unique flying by for a kill. Puts it into a 1v3. Morat. 2K needs 3. He chases down the kill lineup. Oh my goodness. He finds both of them. It offers up the clutch with quickness right there. What a end to the half for Leo. They'll be able to cap it off with 6 to even it out. Yeah, this pistol fares up. T side is something they're excited to get onto, but can they answer the call on this T side is a big question. So far, a little bit of damage sent back and forth for early 3v3. Now is try and show some face towards this A side. You gotta be careful. You kind of got to pick your poison in this one. Gonna walk into the stack, or do you want to deal with the pressure with that flanking presence? There's an execution. Quick spot out. That's going to set up the player back pillar very comfortably. And another quick kill coming through, but there's where they realize. One more kill to find. Bio finds it. Puts this one up into the air. Fake on the bomb. Not going to fully stick it here, but has to eventually. They're going to do just that. It's punched in now. Time ticking up against. Good position from the cake here. We're going to try and make a silent dismount. Is he going to go loud and proud on the drop? He has a good idea as to where his opposition lies. Oh, finally hears the noise. Close range duel. Can't aim, but eventually tracks it. Eventually finds it as close as can be. But both players caught in the heat of the moment. Only one coming out on top, and that's going to be on the side of Glio. Gonna do a bit of a stack right here. Don't mind the idea. We'll see how it fares up. This round probably not gonna get a lot of attention. And Galil spray looking clean and comfortable. We'll be able to Things nice and contained. You're not going to be able to provide any damage on the outro.
Terrorists win.
There you have it. Continuing to count things up for Leo with some confident fashion. Right now on the other end of the server, looking to slow things down. Trying to stop the opponents from finding their form. This T side flowing through pretty comfortably, as we'd expect, but can it keep up? Round by round consistency necessary to shape the way that they play out this half. To the side they go. There's not a lot to really deal with right here, especially when Cloud lands a shot like that. Is Galil looking incredible? Well, there's a lot on the flank, but a lot to cover as well. I were able to find one, but the Big 10 gets it down. Continued aggression though. Kingle having a tough time of it. HE gets eaten. And the contained game right now being played is tricky. Having to fight your way out of it here. Multiple players ready to deal with the pressure. Spray transfer, labor, but it gets the job done. And a smoke going down. Simply no time for this defuse without a kit. Round going to be converted right there. Marat running into the site, realizing he's been duped. He is dead, but for a worthy cause there of winning another round. It's a big time opening. And Marat just continues to tear through the mid defense here. 18-5 for him after clutching out that last round. He is not slowed down whatsoever. Last player spotted. Well, digits looking likely for Leo. Nuke trying to slide by there. And a big rush to close out this round. You know, they have this one in the bag. It's all about now how they seal it up. Looking to keep everyone alive. Waiting patiently for the play to come to him just to shut them down. Leo offering up destruction. Bit of a classic setup here. Up flash in. Can provide coverage off the back of that molly. Ticking away. Flash is good, but the smoke that has to be deployed is not easy. HE dunking him down to 8 HP. Threads in a kill, but it will only be one. Bomb tossed over safety. For the bomb plant. And the likely save here from Rush B, I don't think they'll stick around for too long to find out. There's our answer running away.
Terrorists win.
Haven't found. More to go for Leo to sweep this one on up. Rush B finding themselves at a wall here. That wall being Martha, or rather Morat 2K. Brick wall, in fact, here. He is a beast at the moment. HE just punks down his teammate down to half, but it doesn't matter. Finds the pick. Spam through the wall. Will eventually cost him his life there, but Morat presses past the smoke and they lose out. Didn't know that there was an op around the corner there. Punished accordingly. Leo walked their way up to the finish line and find themselves stalled out. Are they out of gas or just needing a little bit more energy? Two different players here required. One unique and Leo trying to make a sequence on in. Vinny with a great dink and reposition. This one in safe hands. Spots out the last as well. Yup, on the scene. Oh, timing's bad. He gets caught. Surprised. Wow, now. This one doable. Catches another player. He takes a lot of damage for it. Oh, and there's a charge. 15 seconds left, and XT didn't wait for his teammate. And maybe for a good reason. He just closes it out. All is well. Back into it. See if they can continue to roll on through this matchup. Finally, Rush B get around in the second half. Up against limited weaponry, Leo fall. Now they have to go up against a double AWP setup. We'll see how they can fare up. Okay, we're back to these slow crawl defaults. We've seen a bit of a trend from Leo. Regression in towards middle. Trying to make a decisive move in towards B. This A main aggression coming through here is going to allow for potential more stacks and another smoke maintained. Perfectly placed. Just when it needs to be here. That's going to be running through gray screen as the opening pick comes out. HE to try and blow open the smoke, and a lineup couldn't be better for Texty. He finds a third. He is dominating right now here. Every move being made here, the right one. And spotting out the last here. He's not soon to linger here for too long. Triple up. Picked up. I think maybe a small communication breakdown there. And the weaponry. This one up is better than two, maybe. 2 ups if you need it. 3 ups is a bit interesting. Purple up Anubis here. Anything that will get the job done, get Rush B back into this game. Up against Tech 9s that are rushing you down, though, could that be a problem? Well, these Tech 9s are a little bit ungrouped at the moment, so that'll work in their favor. And rifles that are up get aggressive. Flashbang's going out. Damage being done, though, and I mean, again, they're one of their 2 rifles is the one that's doing so much at the moment. This one going nowhere for Leo, and it will go nowhere. Holding together once again. Molly's going out there, desperate to try and move past the smoke, and he spots him out. One unique. Moved past the smoke right there. And the spam to back it up could be good for 12. I don't know how they managed to fight their way through this. As Executor looking to make strides with his AWP in a 1v3. Any chance for isolation here? No, not quite. One unique is crouched on the line. And we'll delete him. Leo going to go up to 12 now, find themselves on series point here to look to lock themselves a spot in the plans for the Swiss stage. Executor, though, able to set the tone. Wasn't able to bring it on home in the clutch last round. What felt like an impossible 1v3, but starts it off so he's not in that position again. on the verge of aggression right there. Finally able to press forward. Walking out A. Threads the needle, one unique. Oh, he has done it perfectly. Jumps straight into the crosshair. Executor can't believe his eyes. Jumping up on that box and seeing a target like that. Numbers getting punched in here. Bomb. They're going to be planted. Pixie's got one hell of a clear ahead of him. And not going to do it. Walks straight into the crosshair. Leo, can they close out? Can they finish this in 2? With a 3v2 now. One unique down low. Zinni with a retake AWP, but angle looking a little bit tricky here. Goes for just a brazen scope. Can't find anything here, but eventually the rifle will, and holding the line. It's a 1v1 now. Shots through the smoke, though. Knife has to be pulled. He can't track the diffuser. Eventually starts connecting the knife kills, but he can't do it in time. Rush B survive to tell the tale. And a missed chance to seal it on up for Leo. And a lifeline handed to Rush B. That's something they can live on. Huge opportunity manufactured inside of a smoke. A last second defuse. Now the sight hold looking good. Defense stabilized with the positioning. Smoke's been hit. They should be prepared for a decent setup here. Smoke goes out, but yeah, that crossfire looking deadly already. There's some challenges at hand here, and a nice headshot to follow it up. Still one more player on the back site. The plant committed. There you go. Able to activate, flying past the smoke. Murat keeping things contained. And a 1v3 asked of Cairo. Can he make it happen again? Oh, a little bit of fortune going back in the favor of Leo. A jumping headshot to knock this one on in. Why not? What a finish right there coming through from the side of Leo. They will sweep it on up there, close it out in a comfortable 2-0. Looking good while they do it. An exciting matchup here ahead as they are a final team to make it into the play-ins. These are teams that are top in the charts in their groups, being able to best every competition that they've been played against, and now just a best of 3 away from locking themselves a spot in the Swiss stage. A big deal for this team as they look to set the tone for how this team functions. That being said, as we mentioned in that last matchup, it's not the end of the line for Rush B. They'll still be able to fight forward here in the group stage. They just have a little bit more work to do if they want to lock themselves an opportunity in the play-ins to get to the Swiss, to get out of the closed qualifiers. But this is Leo coming through with a revenge matchup from CCT Series number 2 here in Season 3. They get the revenge in the closed qualifier. They make it a step ahead that they missed out on last time around. So, yeah, pretty cool story for Leo as they are our last team to lock themselves in a matchup in the winners matchup. Good for them. That being said, that's all we have for you all today. I want to thank every last one of you for watching. I appreciate the time that you spent here with CCT. Now, of course, go and enjoy the rest of your day, and we will see you all very soon on a broadcast near you.